coming in.
Grenade finds shenanigans. Wow, the res could come out from Luke. Another one.
These two are doing a little bit of a merry-go-round. Wookie's going to jump up, pops up through the stairs, and finds the backside. A fantastic move.
A massive push from Scorpio, runs himself onto objective. Spoilty has to go into a race. He's out on objective. No one is there to prevent the cap. Scorpio could easily run away with 2 points here, and he ties it up.
That now Spoils the last one remaining. He's going to deal with the shield as the man rotates through. He pushes down. He pushes the shield. He finds one. He finds two. Zach Fontaine going down, and Spoils will clean that round up for beginners. Nades landing just too short to find Miracle Dev. Ooh, but that one! Spot on! Miracle Dev down.
Mano's crossing. He's on OBJ. This could be a 2-point kickoff for Silent Purge.
Yeah, he's tabling out. This is not very good for Vikings now. They've given up a second cap.
To the Onward VR Master League Season 9 semifinals pre-show. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's, and as you can see, I am joined by a host of casters and co-casters today on the desk. Let's get down the line, introducing everyone. On my immediate left, we have Noman with a 4. How are you today, Noman?
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm pretty excited about the whole day.
Oh yeah, it is going to be action-packed. Just down the line is Sleepy with 2 3s. Sleepy, how are you today?
Hey everybody, I'm doing well. As you can see, my hair is growing, as well as my anticipation for these matchups today.
Yeah, it has been a long season, and we got some long hair to prove it. Just beneath me is TFH with a swear word. Todd, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. I chose to rock the baby face today, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
Well, it fits being the baby of the casting squad, so we accept you wholeheartedly. Down the line is Triple Nipple with 3 nips. Don't show it to us, but how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I shaved for this too. This is not my normal look.
Please. Down the line, we have Control. How are you doing today, Control?
I'm doing great. Excited to be here.
Absolutely. And just beneath us on the bottom, looking a bit ethereal with his community shirt, is Wookie with a 4. How are you today, Wookie?
How y'all doing today? Can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it is going to be some exciting, action-packed matchups today. If you are just tuning in, essentially what Onward is a 5v5 VR tactical milsim. It pitches 2 teams up against each other. There are several ways to score points. Essentially, there's an attacking team and a defending team in a search and destroy style of game mode. The attacking team can either kill the enemy team or capture the objective. To do that, you have to get close to a designated objective on the map and punch in a 7-digit code. We'll talk about how stressful that can be once we get in and go down the line and talk to some of our resident casters and players who did get a chance to play in our recent round robin group stage. But you can defend or kill your enemy. So obviously, if you are defending the objective, the only way you can secure a point is to defeat the attackers. Capturing the objective gets you 2 points, and it's a best of best of 7. If I'm not on the scoreline, thank you. Obviously, none of this gets put together without the community. It is a core element to giving you this broadcast. And so before we get down into the nitty-gritty of discussing the teams and who we think is going to come out on top, I do want to pass it over to our resident co-caster and interview extraordinaire, ctrl-flirt-del, to ask us a few questions targeted at the community.
Thank you. I like that title. All
It's a
right.
good one.
Well, I joined the community in season 7, so you guys were well underway and very welcoming. You guys were, open arms, very friendly, and I really loved joining this community. So I want to ask you guys, what is the best thing about this community? Let's start with Sleepy.
Well, for me, the best thing about this community and in the VR community, just in general, is just how welcoming they are. Like you mentioned, like we do everything for each other. We help each other out when we're down. We lift each other up, and it makes for a really great competitive community as well, knowing that that we have each other's backs. So that's what does it for me is the close knitness.
Yeah, I mean, especially because we've all met each other here except our the baby caster here. I've met him in person, so I want to hear from TFH. Even though you didn't have In-N-Out Burger with all of us. What's the
Hold
best
up.
thing about this community?
You showed me In-N-Out Burger. I remember
You're right.
that,
I
and
know.
I
I
wasn't
had In-N-Out Burger with
up
you
to the
guys.
hype. But enough about In-N-Out Burger. The community in this game is just absolutely stellar. I played many different, competitive games before, but none have felt as close knit as the Onward community does. I think it has something to do with, being small and being in VR. You kind of have a bit more of that human element to it and kind of have a bit more of human traits about ourselves. So we kind of understand each other on a more personal level. And that's just something that, Pancake games just don't provide.
Yeah, and I want to hear from NightFiree because you used to play on G-Men, and now you are our lead caster. You do all the work behind the scenes, not just for Onward, but for all the games in VRML. How is this community to you?
It is, it's kind of started out as just like a passion project, but it's now really a family. I would say the people that we have here on this desk are my closest friends. I don't get out a lot, as none of us get out a lot these days, and we get to interact in a way like this where I feel like I'm in the same room with you guys, and VR enhances that to the next level. And so our VR community is so tight. It's such a joy to be a part of because you feel like you know the person personally because you've interacted with them, you've slapped them upside the head, you've shot at them with guns. It's a much more visceral friendship.
As friends do. Yeah.
Yes.
So for me, since I was able to come in and see all of these players who've been putting in thousands of hours do these incredible plays that really stand out, one of my favorite plays was Zach Fontaine in Bazaar, where he gets global chem, right? And he goes for a cap. Not just that he gets the cap, but he knew what to do. He knew to not put away his tablet to make any noise. He knew to knife the enemy and go for that cap. That was really, really great to watch because that is what stands us apart. So, Trip, let's ask you, what are some memorable high-level plays that you've seen in Onward?
Oh, well, are we limiting that to this season or just overall? Because I've been around
Just
for a
like
couple.
anything that's just...
I mean,
just
we
speaks
have
to
to
the
start
thing.
out with Wookie's C5. I mean, he took down an entire team with one C4. It was beautiful. A couple of other plays. We've seen some really cheeky C4 placements. We've seen some suicide C4s from top level
right.
teams. You send your one guy in, he gets a couple kills maybe, and then he goes down. They pass over him. You blow him up. It's beautiful. I mean, that kind of like thought that goes into these plays it's just so much more than what you would think. Like in 2D, it's just not the same.
Well, speaking of Wookie here, what about you? Any memorable plays?
I had to say the lumpy play at the very start of the season where he just clutched it with the pistol. He completely ran out of all of his ammo, and he just used his pistol to win the round.
All right, well, let's get to one last question here. What skills do you think look really easy, but they're hard to master, and that we're gonna see a lot of this weekend? Noman?
I mean, we talked a little bit about it. It's clearing corners, and it's one of those things that you feel like, oh, I've done it 1,000 times, right? I play 2D games. I know how to flick my wrist and check to see if somebody's sitting there, and it just turns into a whole thing when you're in VR. And there's more corners than there is of you, so you need to work with your team to do it. And it's one of those things that you feel like you wouldn't ever have to practice, but it turns out to be the thing you end up practicing the most.
Yeah, Wookie, just before we end here, I want to ask you because you do your C4. Or is that a hard skill there?
It's really hard. I played a lot of, Dota back in the day, and I think that's what lends credit to my C4 ability because it's basically, you got to predict where people are going to go, and you try to trap them into those like tight corridors and just predict where people will go. So that was why I think I was able to pull off the C5 last season, but it's been a lot harder ever since then. I think people are a little bit more wary about it.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you for the insight, fellows. We do appreciate the thoughts, and I love hearing about the community. We don't really dive into that very much. And obviously, when you talk about the community, we talk about how competitive it gets, and the top teams that we get out of this community are so good at the game. And we got to dive in and talk about the rosters for the teams that are going to be playing today. We have Silent Purge, Beginners, Globochem, and Boss Fight on our semifinals list. And they are absolute powerhouse teams across the board. And I want to start off by taking a look at Globo's roster and asking you, Trip, what you think of Globo and who do you think's a real threat on that Globo roster?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, there's some that have been around for quite a while. I believe season 1. They started this whole thing, and then there's a couple of new pickups. Mike Crook, honestly, is probably the scariest on their team. I'll take on Thunder or Otto in a firefight any day, but when I can't see what's shooting at me, man, it's not fun.
Yeah, he is an absolute sniper powerhouse. Going down the line onto Beginners, I am curious, where we think the Beginners are going to fall today and who we think is going to be a top performer out of that roster. I'll leave that question over to you, Noman. Who do you think is going to be a real threat in the Beginners roster?
There's a lot of wild cards in that roster, right? We've seen folks perform, variably throughout the season. I'm gonna double down on my answer, and I'm gonna pick the Woods brothers as the top performers for the game today. I'm gonna be watching them. I'm gonna see what they can pull out.
Yeah, the brothers duo, always something that we like to highlight in these semifinals. We have brothers on Globochem, we have brothers on Beginners, and I think there's a triplet set somewhere in there, if I'm not mistaken. But the brother powerhouse, clearly an important factor in performance. Down the line, we have Boss Fight, and I'm curious what you think, Todd, about this Boss Fight roster, and who do you think is going to be a standout on there today?
Yeah, Boss Fight earlier on in the season definitely weren't operating on all their cylinders that they could have. But once they brought back Viper and Radar back into the lineup, man, they just came out of nowhere. It's just something about those two. They first of all, they cast together all the time, and they just have this friendship that makes them gel together and become an unstoppable force. So, like Nelman, I'm gonna have to go with a 2-person all-star here and go Viper Radar.
They're basically brothers.
They are. The brother duo seems to be the common trend. Seriously.
Two brothers.
Last but not least, we have Silent Purge, a bit of a dark horse, if you will, in the group stage, being the lowest seed and honestly doing a fantastic job. I want to get your thoughts, Wookie, on what you think of this Silent Purge roster and who you think is going to be a standout there today.
Man, I mean, Silent Purge has been playing so well as a team overall. It's hard to hone in on who would do really well, but I want to say like Hoochie. He's done some really clutch moves all during the round robins. So I'm gonna go with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Scorpio's
too.
great too. Yeah, Scorpio's great.
Well, to your point, Hoochie is very much the squad leader. He leads in the communication department on that team. But Scorpio, over that round robin, Viv, I have to agree with you, just dominated. His score lines were so good. He was finding constant triples. It was really impressive how well he was performing. And I think we can all agree he did very well. Those are the rosters. That's who we got squaring out today. The first match of the day is going to be Silent Purge versus Globochem. And I want to ask you again, Trip, what sort of pace do you think we're going to see out of Globochem today? You went up against them. What do you think they're going to bring to the table today?
Well, it's hard to say because I think they're one of the better teams at adjusting and adapting to the other team. Like when SMC plays them, we come out hard and fast, and they adjust to that and they hold back. when EU teams play them, they get a little more pushy. Maybe because they don't really know. I mean, we don't play them a whole lot either. You know, NA and EU teams don't play each other very often. So the unknown, I feel like the first couple of rounds might be slower, and then it'll pace up to like a normal, steady, good fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Silent Purge, you know, just from we got to watch most of their games on during that group stage. They're playing really fast, surprisingly. They are very aggressive on their rounds. They were charging in for caps, securing caps on Vikings, doing really well on the close quarters maps. And I mean, again, Scorpio was playing out of his mind. And so I do wonder if Scorpio doesn't come and bring it today, are we going to see, you know, the same level of Silent Purge that we're used to seeing? Sleepy, do you have any thoughts on that in the Silent Purge team?
You know, I do, and I was hoping you would come to me for the Silent Purge roster, but you know, either way, it's fine. Yeah, I do think Scorpio, if he plays on that sort of level again, he could cause a lot of problems in today's matchups. He was doing, I mean, untold amounts of damage on what would be classified at this stage of play as downright risky behavior on these rush flanks, on defense, on offense, everywhere. I mean, he's just going for it, but he's getting the kills, so he's going to have to be on today, but if he is, he's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to be a threat that they're going to have to look out for. They're going up against Globochem, who are ranked #1 worldwide, and so it's not going to be an easy battle. If anything, it is the widest discrepancy we could possibly get. It is it is a underdog story. It is rank 1 versus rank 7. And, you know, I think Silent Purge are up to the challenge. I really do. They looked so good in round robin. So curious to see what we get out of that. Our second match of the day is going to be boss fight versus beginners. And I want to go down and get Vivian's opinion on this boss fight team. You got to watch a lot of their matches. You've done interviews with them. What do you think they're going to bring to the table today?
Well, I think, I can't reveal too much apparently if I know anything from casting them. But what I really enjoyed when I interviewed these guys is that they acknowledged that it's not any one star player. And they said, none of us are like stars. No one's going to name any one of us as like the star player of the league. But it's that they come together, and when they do, they trust each other. They know each other and play together for a very long time. So I think they've got that element. And it's going to be hard for them because they gave Globochem a run for their money last weekend, and everyone was like, what's going on? I mean, like, they really brought it, and Globochem is like, they're not gonna let anyone walk away, you know, like, yeah, sure, that was fine. No, they're gonna be like, they're not gonna be out for blood. So boss fight, they really brought it, and I hope they continue that momentum.
Noman, I also want to get your thoughts on boss fight. You got to play them in that round robin. How do you think they did? You know, what sort of pace of play do you think we're going to expect today out of them?
I think if they take it as seriously as they took our Bazaar match, I think they're going to do fantastic. They've got this sort of ebb and flow to their offense that I really like. It's really tough to defend against because it's not all at once, but it's not necessarily a slow, you know, sort of everybody closes in and then everybody strikes at once. It's kind of a mix of both. And it's hard to adjust for because you don't know which side's going to be coming in, which side's sitting back, who's looking for the refrag, where to look. It's a really dynamic offense, and I'm really excited to see how it performs against beginners. I don't want to predict anything just yet, but
sure.
We'll see how it looks against the game 1 winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on the note of beginners, they were looking strong. Todd, I want to get your thoughts on the beginners' performance. What sort of pace of play you think we're going to be seeing out of them today?
I honestly don't think we're going to see anything different. Beginners have defined kind of the EU meta, which is hold your positions, find those early picks, weaken the enemy team, and then in the last 2 minutes of the round, begin to bring the aggression, begin to push in from all sides and force the enemy to make more mistakes when they're at the most stressful moment of the match, and just defeat them by that brute force at the very end of the round.
Yeah, they do like to do that a lot. I will note a counterpoint that during the round robin, they did play a few fast rounds on Suburbia. Very fast. Like, they won in the first minute and a half, which is Not beginners. So, well, not historically at least. So maybe they're going to be bringing something new to the table just to try and shake up the normal playstyle, because beginners and boss fight is a rivalry as old as time. You know, they play each other constantly in the EU League. They're always battling it out. So very curious to see how that shakes out. It's going to be an exciting set of matches. That is for dang sure. And I want to go down the line and get everyone's predictions for today. Who do we think is going to come out first, second, third, fourth? This isn't the end-all, be-all, right? This is a double eliminations tournament final, essentially. So we will have a bronze matchup tomorrow, so they will be able to play for that third place. And we have second place. You know, obviously the loser of the finals is second, and our finalists coming out of first place. Obviously, important to note that there will be $1,000, $1,000 cumulative. You know, the prize pool adds up to a total of over $1,000. So we have Rebuff Reality, we have ProTube VR, we have VR Cover, we got some Arma jerseys coming at you. It's going to be very awesome. Yeah, you can see all the logos beneath us. And with that, let's get everyone's predictions, the sponsored predictions, coming in from Noman. Who do you think's going to be the top dogs today in the semifinals? Who do you think is going to win their first and second match?
This is such a tough choice, having played all of these teams, and obviously having been defeated by most of these teams to get to the desk here instead of on the field. It's a hard choice. I'm gonna say top two coming out of the day are gonna. I gotta give it to Globochem. They've been putting in the work this week. They've been scrimming like crazy. And I'm gonna say Boss Fight is gonna come out as the number two. I think they have what it takes to defeat beginners. I think they're back to the point where they are truly scary. So that's gonna be my two.
It's the Radar Viper duo. I don't disagree with that at all. It is totally the powerhouse combo that's up to that squad. Sleepy, your thoughts? Who do you think is gonna be their winners today?
I'm in red because I'm going Boss Fight all the way. I'm 100% behind the Boss Fight guys. I think they played really well last weekend. I think the return of Viper and Radar Head and their work together, combined with the work that Scooby was doing with the rest of the team before as captain, has done amazing stuff in this season. I think they've made a great recovery from what was becoming a very shaky Boss Fight roster. And I think they're looking solid and strong. So Boss Fight is my choice all day today. So don't at me.
Who are you going with on Silent Purge and Globochem?
For Silent Purge and Globochem, I'm going to go the underdog and go with Silent Purge. They had a really strong showing in their group stage, and I think that they're here to play. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen. I don't know they're going to win, but I think they're going to put up a good fight, and I'm interested to see how it all falls out.
We'll be seeing what happens in just about 5 minutes time, so we got to make it quick for everyone's predictions here. TFH, who are you going with for games 1 and 2?
Well, I'm wearing the USA jersey, so obviously I got to go with the one NA team, Globochem.
Sure.
But I got to give my love to Silent Purge. They early on in my career in season 4, they had a bit of a slip up. One of their members was caught cheating, and they just haven't gotten their momentum back. But now I feel like they're back in full force, and I just want to see them go all the way through. And that would be so awesome to see someone other than Globochem or beginners take the cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Trip, your thoughts? Who do you think is going to come out on top today?
I'm with Sleepy here. I'm Boss Fight and Silent Purge.
Ugh, the EU fans just making Todd Boyle over there, you can tell. Control, who are you going with today?
I gotta give it to Globo. They're so strong. You know that they are. But I'm gonna bet on Silent Purge and root for Boss Fight.
Okay. Okay. Last but not least, Wookie, who are you picking today?
Man, we were scrimming Global last night, and they've been playing so well. I mean, based off of what I saw last night, I really think that Global are going to take this. As much as I like Silent Purge, I'm rooting for the underdog here. I just have a feeling that Global Chem can pull it off, and I think we'll have a Boss Fight win after that.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Everyone's predictions on the desk for the day. We have to take a brief break, about 4 minutes time. We'll be coming right back here and delivering you the first match of the day, Boss Fight versus Beginners. Do not miss that. It is going to be an exciting set of matches today, so be sure to hang around. We appreciate you so much for tuning in. Shout out to everyone on the desk. We'll be bringing us back for a post show where we'll talk about the semifinals and what we're going to see tomorrow. But until then, don't go anywhere. There's going to be Onward Season 9 semifinals action coming at you in a few minutes. Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's, and I will be joined by my co-casters, Noman with a 4 and Sleepy with 2 3s. Noman, how are we doing today?
Man, we are doing better than we should be. I'm so excited for this matchup. I'm so excited for the day. I'm excited for tomorrow, but we're not even there yet. Let's just focus on today.
No, we're not. We're not even there yet. Sleepy, how are you doing today? Sleeping. Classic. It's what he does. It's what he
Classic
does.
Sleepy. Oh, everybody make fun of the handicap guy. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm doing well. I'm really excited to get these matches underway. Our first one should be a banger. Neither of these teams afraid to get aggressive. Global Chem, Silent Purge, should be good. I'm really excited, like I said, to get into this. I mean, we just talked about it in the pre-show, and I'm calling for the underdog. I don't recall. I think Noman was with me on that, but NightFiree, I think you backed Global Chem on this one.
You know, I think I got out of that without giving my opinion.
Oh, what a now you're not.
We got the back global too, so a lot of traders here to the EU.
I think I'm gonna go. Gosh, I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna go Globochem. I'm gonna go on history here, but the back of my mind, I think Silent Purge has an opportunity. I think that if they play as well as they have been, they can take it from Globochem. If they apply that aggression and succeed with it, there's an opportunity. I mean, Noman Blaze nearly capped several times on Globochem, applying that aggressive play style.
Yeah, I mean, rub salt in the wound, but yeah, no, they're definitely there's chinks in the armor, right? They have weaknesses that Silent Purge absolutely can exploit. They've been working hard to plug those proverbial holes, but is it going to be enough? I mean, they had basically a week to practice and a week to prep for that play style, and I don't know if you could do it in a week. I guess we'll see here in just a few minutes. Yeah,
I mean, we know they've been scrimming. As of last night, according to Wookie. So this Globochem team is putting in the work to, get their team prepared, be ready for the action, be ready for this quick pace. And I think we got to get ready for the first round and kind of talk about what we're going to be seeing here today. We talked about playstyle a little bit, but do you think Silent Purge is going to apply the aggression here, Noman?
It's hard to say when it comes down to a semifinals or a finals match. When you're in the champs, you tend to play it a little safer. But I don't know that Silent Purge wants to take the foot off the gas. And I don't think they necessarily need to take the foot off the gas. I think the way they're going to win is by making those good trades, right? Those good flanks with a solid, 1 for 2, 1 for 3 trade that the Scorpio plays that we were seeing, on Cargo especially. If they keep that level of heads-up play, I think they got a real good shot. Yeah. They just have to not falter. Absolutely.
We do have a lobby up. We have our teams getting ready to dive into the action. Let's go down and take a look at our pick bands. Sleepy, what do we got going in today for the bands, and what map are we going to hop into for our first map of the day?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll cover the bands first here, but on the side of the home side, which would be Silent Purge today, Tanker is going to be their ban, and Global Chem is going to ban Cargo. So that's going to probably put a little bit of a damper on Silent. It's going to be a little bit of a mix between close range and long. We're going to get Bazaar for our first map. NightFiree, what are your opinions? Who do you think has this? Global's pretty strong on Bazaar, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they have been playing it pretty well. Both of these teams, honestly, were looking pretty good on Bazaar. Silent Purge, if I remember correctly, secured a cap on this map as well against beginners. They smoked out the Coyote objective nicely, which is where we're going to be starting this thing off. Silent Purge are going to be starting on Marsoc. if they can replicate what the magic they pulled off in the first, round of the day, in the round robin, then, and they can do it in the first round of the day, it'll be an incredible achievement. They'll be starting it out the best they can. Of course, we go on to this objective, right? And we always talk about it being a tough one to defend, the objective that's in this Kayat building. Noman, how do you feel about this starting objective we're going to see today?
This is such a daunting, like every time I spawn in to this objective as the first one on the map, and I think this happened to us in the round robin stages, I was like, oh, come on. It can be so daunting both to defend and to attack. You really need that coordination, both on defense and on offense, because on defense, you've got essentially a 360-degree area to defend, right? They can come from the north, they can come from the west, east, south. Every single angle has to be covered. And then on offense, how do you punch through a defense that's got, basically eyes on all around? It's so tough. And I'm excited to see how Silent Purge handles it. I'm wondering if it's going to be that same play that you were talking about that they ran in round robins versus beginners, or if we're going to see something a little fresh.
I don't have to wait around any longer. We're going to see right now how these teams are going to duke it out. Silent Purge versus Globochem, the first round of the first map of our best of 3 in the semifinals. Let's get it.
Yeah, we're seeing Silent Purge push up here, very aggressive, crossing the street in the west. They're trying to set up quickly, but Globochem's responding. I mean, they've got 3 in the west, or at least 3 facing the west. Will it be enough?
So quick for them to push up here and get into this early kill house area. They instantly cross the street, and now they've just sort of held. This is a nice strategy. I like this because what we see a lot of times is aggression on this far west side. Something like coming out of Mike Crook, he might apply a little bit more aggressive of a push and suddenly have the backs exposed of a pushing Silent Purge, and so they're very much aware of the threat that is there on the north and of the threat being flanked. And you can even see, we turn these lasers on, that Scorpio has an angle back there. He's watching for any rotation on the backside. Don Patron most likely will be the first one to sort of experience what's going to be happening over there, but that's if he decides to go down this lane. Either way, though, Silent Purge pushing in through here is not going to be easy. Otto's also in a position here where he can defend and shoot through these windows onto the mini bazaar.
Yeah, I was going to say initially it looked like Silent Purge had chosen the right direction to go because the defense initially was weaker on the west than it was in the east. But now that they've got Thunder Pilot having rotated off on the north side, it's going to make this push for Globochem much more difficult, or I'm sorry, for Silent Purge much more difficult through the west side, as Thunder's in a pretty key pivotal position where he can just continuously rotate from east to west so long as nobody's kind of come up to those northeastern or northwestern corners of the map to expose him.
And what's interesting is I think they're using Izzy's position in the east courtyard here, and because he can see all the way clear to the other side of the wall to see if there's any member of the offense pushing through, he can easily identify that nobody's come through on the east side. So you can see Globochem's adjusted, right? They've adjusted west based just on the lack of an offense, player on that eastern side. They've clearly audible to the west. So it looks like they already know Silent Purge is there, but there hasn't really been any contact yet. So it's that communication that we always talk about, the team communicating well and adjusting based off of that.
Scorpio and Otto inching ever closer together. And that position that Izzy or Bart has taken up over on the east, I saw that. I recognize that from beginners. So I think Globochem's done their research. Maybe they've picked up a new spot that they like. And I can certainly see that position being much more prevalent in future seasons, or at the very least more so today, because we're already seeing it in our first round.
Seems like there might have been some callouts over the radio from Globochem because it signaled a transition from Thunder Pilot here, and now he's trying to cover the street. He's got a good angle on the cross. If they don't expend any smokes trying to get across the street from the western block, or from the kind of the midwestern block, they're going to be exposed to some serious crossfire from him. But Hoochie It's going to find the kill onto Otto there on the west side of the bazaar, and that's going to kind of open it straight up, and Scorpio's going in.
A little too aggressive, caught out by Mix, pushing up. So that's another bit of research, right? They're covering those stairs. They know Silent Purge wants to get upstairs, wants to punch in that code. Mix there denying that opportunity.
And that's a risky business right there, right? Because we've seen trades go the opposite way. If Mix goes down, Thunder has to react. He has to rotate in, and he might not be able to get there in time if it's a quick code punch in. But absolutely a great adjustment Global Chem has made in order to prevent that quick cap. And it's something you need. You need someone in that 2-story. You need someone at least defending the stairs.
The problem is for Global Chem is while they've done a good job at rotating Thunder Pilot into the backside of the objective, Mike Crook is still kind of stuck over here in the west. So if a hard and aggressive push comes out in the middle and some trades come out and Silent Purge happens to still be standing there in the middle, Mike Crook could be way too far out to be able to do anything defensive-wise in order to be able to get back to the objective on time. So that concerns me a little bit here, but we are approaching a minute 30, just passing. Don Patron just taking some shots, exposing himself to Mike Crook, but Mike Crook's going to be spotted. Don Patron and Mike Crook going to be going at it now in a firefight here on the western side. Don Patron going to take cover. Some more covers fire going to come in from the backside from Malno. Grenade comes over from Mike Crook, and it does manage to take down Don Patron, and with a full wipe as well. Confirmation shots from Mike Crook, but if he peeks that corner again, he's going to be chewed up by the bullets of the Markstock team, and there it is. Malno picks up Mike Crook, and there goes the Western defense.
Global Chem's in trouble now because they've got the one defender, sort of off in the distance, gone now. They won't be able to get any information about approaches from the north, so they got to deal with the south and north as the smokes pour in. The trade coming in from Thunder and Button, even things out yet again, but Izzy cleans up Lucci. Approaching objective, and now it's a 2v1. Global Chem holding strong. That push kind of fell apart for Silent Purge. It looked okay, but a little thrown together.
It's taken him a long time, that's for sure. 15 seconds on the clock. Mano has to come charging in. He doesn't have any time to waste. McSall just waiting on the corner, catches him in a trade. Global Chem with one left alive secure themselves their first round.
I wonder if that is some of those jitters that I was talking about, right? Those finals jitters for Silent Purge. They started off, they pushed up, made it about halfway, and then that pause. I don't remember seeing a lot of that sort of caution in the round robin series from them, and I wonder if that threw them off a little bit. That's the thing I was worried about, right? That you say, okay, we have to be more careful in this play, and then you basically don't play your game. You don't play the way that you that was successful for you.
Good start for Global Chem, but also Silent Purge. I mean, this is what you want to see, right? You want to at least be competitive to start your first round and not get kills. That's the worst case scenario, and I think Silent Purge did come in here. They found some good picks. They made some good plays. They got close to objective. You look at that kill. Look at the kill feed. They're pretty close. They have a couple of deaths right on top of the OBJ, and so I'm curious if they'll be able to defend effectively against a Global Chem aggression, because this objective, again, not easy to properly defend.
No, it is not. Silent Purge now bearing that burden as round 2 gets underway. I'm interested to see if it's going to be an aggressive searching defense, right? I mean, we've kind of gotten used to it now, watching Silent Purge in that last weekend series. Lots of aggression, lots of flanking, and I'm curious, again, if they're going to play to that strength or if they're going to try and be a little bit more cautious and see if Globo makes mistakes first, which could be a long wait, as we some of us already know.
Not that long. Don Patron's right here waiting for an angle on the Thunder Pilot. As soon as he peeks here, Don is patiently waiting. I'm sure Thunder should be aware of this. And at the very least, he's going to want Otto to peek the long angle with him. They need to time up their peeks. If Thunder just goes for this alone, it's going to expose himself to Don.
Yeah, it's such a tough angle to check. The problem for Thunder Pilot in that spot is sticking the gun out first, right?
Yeah.
Give yourself away before you've even had a chance to take a look on the angle. Don Patron there sending a few rounds down, does spot the gun. No pick for him, but Izzy with a fantastic peek. Will take down Don Patron as he rotates out. That was a really nice refrag there.
Impressive bit of shooting from Izzy. A good reaction off the shots gets him and Globochem a nice little early lead on their Marsoc round. It should be information at the very least for Silent Purge that the push is going to be coming in from this east side. Nobody is set up on the west. They do actually have, if you look at your overhead, one way down there in the southwest. But they're not really quite lined up or is synced up with the rest of the Globochem offense that is getting ready to push into East Courtyard.
About 2 minutes have ticked down. Globochem still making those small sort of pokes and prods around the map. They're still getting set up though. I mean, again, on that overhead map or in the little mini map, you can see they've got that sort of half circle as they're clearing, you know, every corridor and every corner as they approach. So they're definitely taking their time with this. You know, this is, I think, you know, reflective of how challenging this objective can be. You have to be so cautious. There's just so many different places to look for defenders, and the same can be said for defenders looking for a member of the offense pushing through. So not surprised to see this objective going down to the wire here. Some shots coming out from Thunder Pilot, but just pre-fire.
Yeah, and you know, to add on to that, because there's so many different spots, the best way to defend is to just stay on top of objective. That makes it such a wild objective because you're essentially allowing Marsoc to get into position to attack it effectively with smokes, nades, utility, and it makes it that much harder to defend. You see Button and Mano, they're tucked in here. They have to be. Hoochie close to objective. He has to watch stairs. Otto finding Mano on the other side of the wall there. A nice little pickup.
A very nice pickup, and that's going to give them that elevated defense taken down. So now all they have is who's on the ground level, and that's going to be very tough and very stressful here momentarily, as you can see the smokes coming out on the north now as well as on the east. Izzy or Bart putting some out there to, I think, cover the crossover from the east side from Button's position. The fire coming out from Scorpio as he's getting aggressive looking for the defenders in the north, but he's going to get triple teamed, and Mike Crook going to find Hoochie as well in all the chaos.
Here, a cap call coming in there from Thunder Pilot. There is only one left alive. Button's there, and so I wonder if they're going to have the restraint to take the shots or not.
Nope. He's dead.
Quick answer.
Take their second point on the map and go up 2-0 here on Bazaar.
I mean, a camp is always nice, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, and Globochem cannot afford to be greedy. You know, this early in the series, the Silent Purge is not, they're not an easy team right now, and I don't think I would give them any amount of leeway when it comes to trying to taking extra points away from them. I think if you can get a point, you get a point. And Globochem goes up 2-0 on the series so far, but we'll see what happens with the shift of objective, as East Hotel will be the next one. Globochem will be on the defense.
I mean, another objective that I think would lean into the hands of Silent Purge and aggression here. You know, I don't think taking that patient play style is what is necessarily required here. You know, you gave it a shot in the first round. Globochem effectively defended it. It came close, but it wasn't quite enough. Now you have another opportunity. If they get that fast spawn that we know is on the other side of this bazaar, they can really apply very early pressure onto the objective. And so it's gonna it'll be interesting. I think if they get that spawn way down in the southwest, that they won't be pushing in as fast. But if they get this quick spawn, I really do want to see aggression out of Silent Purge here. I want to see them charge in. I want to see them try and surprise Globo, because I think Globo's defense here is pretty spread. I'm pretty sure they send guys out to the east, they send them out to the north, they have maybe 2 on objective, and so I think there's an opportunity here for Silent Purge.
Yeah, this objective I think is all about chaos, right? Creating chaos, creating opportunities for your offense to punch a hole somewhere in the defense simply by making so much noise and putting down so many smokes, forcing the defense to constantly be rotating. If they're tucked in, if they're sitting in their their spots and watching their angles, very tough to unseat. But you got to make that chaos, you got to make that noise, force the defense to move, and then capitalize on those rotations. So we'll see if Silent Purge can make that happen. They did get that quick spawn.
Slow spawn.
Oh,
Yeah, they got the south spawn. South spawn for Silent Purge, but they're going to push their way up and gain some pretty good ground nonetheless. They've gotten 2 people up here to the northern alley, but ready to push out on the north street. Scorpio will pick up Thunder Pilot, however, and a very aggressive push over towards the east.
Yeah, that was a nice little application of defensive aggression there from Globochem, smoking out the street, got through the crossfire, got over to Scorpio, and Scorpio was ready, thankfully. Gets himself a nice early pick, and that's on Thunder. He's definitely a kill leader for the most part with this Globochem team, and so I'm very interested to see if that's going to hurt them in the long run as we get, I mean, only a minute into this this third round.
Yeah, it looks like Mike Crook has spotted out the Silent Purge push here in the north. He's trying not to expose himself the best he can. I think his job is realistically just going to mostly focus on watching that northern alley approach. But, you know, if he finds the second to take the shot, he looks like he will. The members of Silent Purge there, I believe that's Mano and one other, just holding back for the time being, trying to find him because they are looking. See that laser coming through the window, some shots ring out, but no connection.
There were bullets ricocheting inches away from his head there. Mano just missing his shots. And, you know, we don't talk about it a lot in the game because you don't get quite as good of opportunity to see it as you do right there. But that's when the stock comes in handy. Helps stabilize your aim, helps you get those longer range shots locked in. And it's why ProTube VR has been a long-term sponsor of this league, because the product they offer for stabilizing your aim helps significantly, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. Now, some will argue that on the smaller maps and things like that, places where you've got to flow through the corners of different, you know, areas, suburbia, for an example, tankers, another example that a lot of people find, you know, the full stock doesn't always give you the best maneuverability. Sometimes you get hung up on, you know, it gets a little cumbersome to get through those tight spots. So, but they offer a wide variety of different types of stocks. They even have one that's basically, you know, 2 cups attached on a stick that, you know, just helps you to center your hands together versus more, you know, more so than just, you know, giving you something on your shoulder, a nice butt stock to press against your shoulder and stabilize, a nice 3-point stabilization. But for those who are a bit more fluid and don't need that stabilization on their shoulder, it's quick to allow them to just tie those hands together and make sure that that sight is properly aligned before they start pulling the trigger.
Getting a little application of pressure here from Silent Purge. North aggression shots coming in from Dawn, but the push is coming in through the center. Button, Hoochie, and Mano are preparing. They also have their far east attacker. Yeah, he's just kind of lingering there, so I'm sure he'll try and apply the pressure over onto Izzy or Bart once this push comes in, and it seems like it's going to be timed maybe around the 2-minute mark. Smokes are coming out.
Yeah, Izzy there took a bit of a peek down this alley and almost had the side of Hoochie. That smoke was pretty much perfect. Button setting up another smoke there in that same position should help keep Izzy or Bart blind to these crosses. They're gonna have to deal with Mix though as they get inside this second building here in the east courtyard.
Ooh, C4 catching Button, trying to push in. It actually gets Hoochie down as well. Mix coming in for the confirm. Hoocie's still alive and Resible. Mano's on objective. Otto missed him here. He's on the corner.
But he's watching. Yeah, he's watching it though. Mano's going for the cap as Otto looks away. This is going to be a cap from Silent Purge. Otto's not looking. He's focused elsewhere. And Silent Purge gets the cap. They take 2 points and tie it up here on Bazaar.
What an unbelievable play. The push in under the chaos, the kills. They're in it.
Wow.
That is exactly what I was talking about. You cannot give them an inch because they will take the mile. And right there, we saw them take the mile. I mean, a stroke of luck to have Otto just looking away at that exact moment. But that's all it takes, right? It takes one defender missing one look, and it's a tie ball game here.
Wow. The smokes just enough. The sound suppression just enough to allow him to tuck himself in there, and the pillar denying some vision, but Otto drops off that angle at the worst moment. You know, he hears gunshots to his other side, the push coming in from the east, the audio distraction, and I mean, they capped on Kayat against beginners, and here they are capping an east side objective against Globochem. You got to watch out for the Silent Purge team. They will get you with some caps.
I mean, they've been at it. and it's very clear they have been at it, and they are ready to go. Scorpio, that initial aggression, I think catching Thunder in the east, down in the cross on the east, was perfect. I mean, that really helped alleviate some of the pressure off the east from the Silent Purge offense there. I mean, Mike Crook was kind of stuck up there in the north. He was under pressure at first. I don't think he saw Mano and the other there in the northern part of the center Kiat. Yeah, that was just it was a well-executed push from Silent Purge, and it led to a cap. And this objective, man, this objective leads to many caps. Globochem sometimes wary to take a cap, though, so will we see them go for a cap here to try and take the map and knock the dust off, or will Silent Purge be able to defend this, take the lead for the first time in the map?
I will say this is one of those objectives where the attacking and the defending are polar opposites. It just requires a totally different mindset. The defense has to be so tight, while the offense has to be causing that chaos and you know, all that ruckus to try to get in there. And we'll see if Silent Purge has what it takes to slow it up and maybe defend calmly here for once. But who knows? Scorpio, Hoochie playing really well so far with those aggressive peaks. And I wouldn't be able to call this if you paid me.
You got to think Globochem's looking to react and get a equally as sizable punch in right now up against the Silent Purge team. They need to land a nice blow against them, and they need to probably target a cap right here. I mean, you got to be thinking cap. This is an easily cappable objective if you apply the right pressure, as we just saw. And if they secure it, they get map 1.
Minute and a half, burned down. Globochem taking their time to set up. We saw the same thing from Silent Purge as they got organized and everybody got into position. Globochem needing to take that same amount of time. Again, this objective pretty much requires it.
Yeah, it does. And you would think here that the strategy will be to go for the cap, because that does clear the map and it gives them that one secured map win that they need. However, at the same time, you know, they're not gonna hesitate to take a secured point and make sure that they establish a lead on the map and don't risk Silent Purge, you know, taking a cap here on the next round. That still could happen. They could still lose the map, but still, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, Globochem's now lost that defensive advantage, right? They've lost the Volk advantage. If Silent Purge even just wins this by a point and then converts Marsoc even without a cap, it's map 1 goes the way of Silent Purge, and that they don't want that. I know they don't want that.
Silent Purge wants 12 of them.
Well, they are going to have to work for it.
They sure do.
Globochem getting ready to push in. C4 detonates close to Thunder Pilot. Mano getting a little antsy off of those audio cues, and he's actually going to try and chuck a nade inside the window. It just misses. We talked about that being a skill that's hard to hone in. If he threaded that needle, that could have been a potential frag there.
Little trouble there, tossing their stuff out. Otto, meanwhile, picks up Hoochie in the backside, and it's gonna cause a little bit of chaos in the back lines. It's exactly what Globochem needed. They need to keep these East defenders occupied while the main 4 push through, and Don Patron finds one on the inside. Mano and Mike Crook fighting shields. Otto picks up Scorpio, meanwhile, in the east, and that chaos is still there. Mano has to reload. Mixologist with a nice refrag. Don Patron has to crash. Button UK checking to see if there's a cap coming in. Mike Crook with the shield on it. Don Patron. That was a fantastic play. Don Patron picks up 2. Wow. Thunder Pilot on that refrag, and there it is. Button going down What a chaotic offensive push for that objective. Globochem able to secure it in the end.
Woo! That was an energetic one. All the way up through the end. See, the difference I feel like Globochem plays similarly to how the EU can play. The only difference is their setup takes about half the time, right? Like they were in the same positions that Silent Purge were in at about the 2.5 minute mark, at about the 4.5 minute mark, and plans began executing soon afterwards. There wasn't a lot of waiting and holding and watching and placing and things like that. It was just like.
I agree. I will say that I think it started when Otto got his picks in the East, right? I think that's when their play kicked off because they knew they were keeping, they were splitting the defense effectively, right? Those 2 picks from Otto were so key because had Scorpio been able to keep his angle and watch from the far side, he would have been picking up everybody inside of that objective building at long range. It would have been a very tough approach. So I think that was a Q-based push, but I do agree that of course it was faster. They got there quicker, they cleared it faster. I'm interested to see how this defense goes for them as we move to that center objective. What is it? Main Street? I think I call it Main Street or Humvee objective.
Yeah, I think I call it the Crossroads. A little Bone Thugs and Harmony when I spawn in, you know.
Right, the early pre-fire coming out from Silent Purge, gonna ID the spawn for Globochem.
They're applying this pressure. They're applying the aggression. Hoochie finds one. Mano's smoked out, charging in with the shield here. He's already on it.
The window.
It's been called out.
He's up and over the top. He's looking for the post. He's trying to get flanked. Thunder's now inside. Otto's directing his attention that way. The grenade goes through the window. That's a nice grenade. If Otto doesn't get out,
it gets the C4.
Oh my goodness, what a heck of a play there from Mano. Luckily the res comes in from Izzy. You know, Scorpio gonna find Izzy now, and this Globochem defense is just crumbling. Thunderpilot to return the favor. Don Patron gonna rush in. He finds Thunderpilot, he's on the objective, no opposition. He's going for the cap, but here comes Mike Crook. He's gonna stop that. Hoochie's gonna find Mix on the backside. And there it is, Silent Purge take down the last defender, tie things right back up, and they're gonna go back to defense for this final point on map 1. We couldn't have asked for a closer matchup here on this first match.
I got goosebumps. My heart was racing during that push. They got aggressive. They paced it out perfectly. They've played us for fools. They play Globochem the same way. They slow played the first few rounds to set a tempo, to drive Globochem into feeling relaxed at the start of rounds. Then they come in with that high octane speed, charging into the window, picking up Hoochie through the window is a huge kickoff for that. You have the shield there. The unbelievable nade toss through the window that detonates the C4, that downs 2 and eliminates 1. I mean, just a fantastic bit of play there from Silent Purge. I gotta play that round-winning replay again. That was an excellent push.
The grenade through that window was insanity. Insanity. Man, oh man. But also, while we have this quick little brief break in the rounds, want to thank those of you for joining us here on the channel. We appreciate all of you for stopping in and joining us for this Onward and this VR Esports semifinals day. We got a few new subscribers. We thank you all for that. We appreciate that, as well as any new followers to the channel. So appreciate everyone for stopping in, and of course, thanks to our sponsors. But they're not waiting around, Knight and Noman. We are right back into it. It's round number 5, I believe, since we did have a cap.
Yeah, gimme. I want to see. How this shakes out. I don't want them to take any breaks. Just round for round. Let's go. Silent Purge on the defense. Globochem on the back foot has to try to take this map on offense. No Volk advantage for them. So this is about as tough as it gets.
Yeah, this is not the situation you want to be in on the... Oh, no, and Izzy's going to get rang fresh out the gate.
Oh, he couldn't confirm it, though.
They can if the objective defender looks for it, but I think he's going to try and wait to get the look for the res instead. And here's the look, but the smoke's out. They can't see anything. Otto will find the res. Now the pre-fire's coming from the defenders, but Otto and Izzy make it across.
I've seen Hoochie instead. Watch out.
Globochem is in essence pinned here, though. If Silent Purge react accordingly, if they rotate maybe 1 or 2 more over to this side, they can prevent Globochem from being able to push out of this corner, because right now they've been identified. Their cross is well known. They know at least a general idea of some numbers. They've heard gunshots. They see smoke. Granted, the smoke has denied some good vision there, so maybe they don't know that it's a full press over here on the east side.
Somebody just spotted something on a long look, or at least it looked like it on my side. But Otto's made his way now down here all the way into the southeast corner. He's wrapping around. His first battle will have to be with Scorpio. He's going to have to plan a route that either evades Scorpio's line of sight, or they're going to have to engage him in a multi-pronged attack. He's tucked in quite nicely, and I think he's going to be waiting for some audio cues to pop out and look for.
I mean, you take a look at this angle that he's holding. It's just so you know, I'm gonna say dirty, but I don't mean in a bad way. I just mean it's such a difficult spot to counter. Mike Crook, meanwhile, finds Hoochie. That's gonna look good for Globochem here in a 5v4, 2 minutes in.
More shots now ringing out from Izzy. Not sure, maybe just a little pressure, maybe to draw out the attention, or did he spot that defender that was holding back in that back building? Either way, Otto now approaching to Scorpio's position. Scorpio just needs to stay very quiet here. Otto gonna definitely be checking and clearing the building, but Scorpio's gonna be there. The trade comes out. Neither survives.
I mean, that's got to be best. That's best case scenario for Globochem right now, to trade out for Scorpio. That could have been such a deadly position that they crossed 1 or 2 in the south. And now they don't have to deal with it. They've got 4 up. Still have the man advantage. Silent Purge, though, pretty much tucked in all around the OBJ. You know what? I don't usually do this, but I'm going to say Globochem has this offensive push. These defensive positions are just so I'm gonna say common. You know, it's one of those things that I feel like Globochem won't be tricked by, but who knows? We still got 3 minutes left in the round.
3 minutes left. It is a 3v4. Globochem with a bit of an advantage here, and it's gonna come down to that third member on the west side coming in and joining this push, because if it turns out to just be a 3v3, it's going to be a bit easy, obviously a bit easier for Silent Purge to defend if they don't have that aggression coming in from the west. They don't have to worry about that. If they can shift all their attention over here onto Thunder, Izzy, and Mike, then it's going to be a little bit more manageable. So we'll see if Globochem can sync up accordingly. I'm sure that they are trying to communicate at least how they want to push in together.
Mixologist has made his way all the way west, and now he's crossing down. It looks like the attack from Globochem will be commencing soon. You've got smokes out on the objective side, and Mix is going to be trying to wrap it around and clean up the back.
Good timing. He's over there. He's joining them. He's syncing up with them right now. Full sprinting his way over there. You can see on the mini
Mike
map.
Crook's in the middle of this. He just heard Don Patron push through here. Mike finds the back of one. He's already in objective building. Mano now has to peek the window. He does grab the back of Mike, but not before Button goes down. That's just going to leave 1 member of Silent Purge to 3 of Globochem remaining. Mano now pushing the grenade. Does confirm Mike Crook, but he can't take on 2 members of Globo. And they will hang on here in map 1, take it 4-3.
Impressive stuff there from the Globochem side. That one was teetering on disaster, possibly. I was thinking maybe I would have liked for Mix to run up through the west there and go through that way, since his team had kind of already locked down the south. But either way, it doesn't matter what I think, because they still pulled out the round. And what a fantastic comeback from a possible loss there on the first map. And Globochem brings it back to win map number 1 on Bazaar. Oh, wow, such a great first map.
Yeah, just really high quality games coming in so far. Exactly what you want to see in your semis, and what a great way to start the day too. I mean, we have potentially 2 more maps here, depending on how this goes for Globochem. It is going to be interesting to see what we do with this second map, but we also have boss fight and beginners coming up later today, and that's going to be an incredibly hyped EU matchup that I'm very excited to see how that shakes out.
There's no shortage of fantastic Onward here today. I mean, that was either team in that. You know what I mean? That was one of those rounds where no matter who won, it was like, yeah, they should have won. You know,
Right.
like the plays were so good on both sides, and honestly, I think that just came down to coin flips at the end. They both played so fantastic. I'm still reeling from Mano's fantastic nade on that C4. I can barely collect my thoughts, but we're going into map 2 here, and it's going to be an exciting one.
Quarantine is where we're headed, and it is Globochem's map pick. So Silent Purge going to be starting off, obviously, with that bit of Volk advantage, and I don't think we're seeing any roster shakeups coming in here.
And the quick start as well. Not a ton of planning time. You would think for semis there'd be some planning time in the tent, but they want to get at it. I mean, that your adrenaline's going after a map like that. Map 2, I'm sure will be no less exciting for these two teams as Silent Purge takes the defense, Globochem Crater Spawn on the offense.
I gotta wonder if, you know, that's an indicator for Globochem. That Silent Purge ready up so quick, maybe that they're just as confident and prepared as the Globochem is on this map. You know, Scorpio did good on Quarantine and denying some aggression early, and you do see him getting aggressive here over on the north side. He's calling out it's not north, so Globochem's current moves are paying off for them.
Yeah, he actually had missed the look on the two over there, Thunder Pilot and Auto, crossing at Motel as he was on North Wing. He could have just turned his head a little to the right. He would have seen them cross.
Ooh, Scorpio's got fire going on the north with Mike Crook putting out the smoke. They're walking it across, but Scorpio's not taking any chances. He set the smoke down. Now the pre-fire still coming in strong from the defender. Scorpio's going to ring it in. Mick's going to choose to go another direction.
Scorpio's in such a dangerous spot here. If Mike Crook can make this corner, Scorpio has no ability to defend himself, but Don Patron's going to keep that angle suppressed from the garbage truck in the northwest. Scorpio will live to pre-fire another day.
Well, he's got enough to do it, and that's for sure. But Hoochie going to find Otto as he tries to make his way south. Pretty common move from Otto. Not surprised to see a team finally picking up on that. Mike. That's dumb. And Scorpio will no longer live to pre-fire another day as Mike Crook finds a headshot on him in the north and is returned.
One more down.
Don Patron finds a refrag onto Izzy in order to even things back out a bit.
I wonder if Mike maybe thought that he had killed Don Patron with some sniper shots on that garbage truck, because Don just did a great job of denying that push, and it seemed like they were confident that they had cleared this side. They do have another one angled here, and Mixologist with a nice shot grabs the other north defender, and what was a advantage for Silent Purge is now 3v3. Globochem gonna secure north and most likely make their entry point from there.
Yeah, and a dangerous cross there from Mano on the Silent Purge side as he runs across an open south street. But the defenders are now directly on top of the objective. I think Don Patron's only problem in that defensive position was that he was just a little too jumpy. He over-rotated out that corner, and that's when Mix was there ready and waiting. But either way, as we said, it's a 3v3, just over 3 minutes left. And Globochem is somewhat poised for the attack. A little bit more progression, I think, will be necessary before they're absolutely ready to strike. But it's got to come soon. They're going to need some time to adapt if things go wrong. But it is Globochem, so they should be ready. And Thunder Pilot here trying to angle on the center courtyard, trying to find an angle on a pick to help things out here before the things start off. But he's just unable to find anything at the moment. Silent Purge not in your very stereotypical defensive positions for this particular objective.
I don't like this defense. I don't like it. I don't like Hoochie and Mano being lined up for Thunder Pilot here. And as I say that, he's gonna come around this corner. If he finds two with a collateral, I'm just gonna pat myself on the back. I'm gonna sign off here. And there's Hoochie going down. Mano tucks in just in time. It's not going to be a double pick, but still, that it's so exposed on that south side. I think they were just confident in the fact that no one was in the south.
Yeah.
And they were being a little too stacked on top of each other. Thunder Pilot now creating some smokes, forcing the defense to watch his direction. I would expect to see some nice shots going out on the button. He does catch a round there from Mike Crook's sniper.
Thunder's made his way here to the center rubble now, thanks to some creative smoke waggling.
Flash did likely get him. He did
Yeah, I
have to
believe that
freeze
one.
there for a minute. Mano with a fantastic toss on that, but no capitalize. I mean, with 2 defenders left on the objective, you cannot be aggressive on the flashes. That really just slowed Thunder Pilot up by a few seconds.
Ooh, and Thunder finds the slightest angle to Mano, but he's not able to connect. Mano returning fire now. Here comes the grenade over. It looks well placed. That's going to be a kill. And Thunder goes down. He's down. He's not out. He will be giving his team feed information now as he lays there on the ground. I doubt the team is going to go for the res with a minute 30 left. Not a lot of time left here on the clock as they approach the objective. Mike Crook going to take the nose of the plane. I think Mick's going to go around the backside of the fuselage there. Yes, he will. They're going to go for a 2-point attack here with Thunder Pilot giving as much info as he possibly can. You know, if Mano stays tucked like that, Mixologist has enough time, he could slither up to the objective and cap it, and no one would know. Because they're trying to stay so safe right now. Mike Crook going to find Button. And that time, and Mano pops out for Mixologist to take the pick, and Globochem take round 1 in a strong fashion here as we get into quarantine. Man, I don't know. We'll have to see what Silent Purge have in the next round, but right now it's looking like we may not need a map 3, and that sucks because I picked Silent Purge to be the underdog for this round.
I would not count any chickens before any of them hatch, man. This is that last map. It was 2-0 Globo. We started off 2-0 Globo. They were looking good. Everything was hunky-dory, and then bam, that cap hit us right in the face. And it was a tie series just like that. So I'm not going to take it away from Silent Purge this early. I think that we're going to see something good on offense here as they get that mirrored spawn crater for them, and Globochem on the defense now.
We'll see if Silent Purge can muster up a Marsoc round. It's what they need right now. And like you said, they have been able to cap. And I think this objective, you know, it's open. It's vulnerable to caps. It's if you get the north side, if you can secure north rooftop, as all 5 are going to be trying to do, you have an opportunity to kind of charge in down onto the objective. And it doesn't look like Globochem is going to invest anyone in a early north defense. So this is going to be free for Silent Purge.
Yeah, this is a dangerous setup. Silent Purge doing the right thing, not crossing towards the south early, not allowing Globochem to identify that spawn. There was some discussion as they'd spawned in from Globochem saying, hey, let's not take the north if it's crater. Let's not fight them, you know, in those open fields. Let's let them get into the objective. And that is exactly what's happening here. Silent Purge got a bit of approach left to make. They're still crossing the north, but they won't see much resistance.
Really won't. Globochem's defense tight on
Very
objective.
safe.
Yeah,
this is a different type of defense than I would have expected from Globochem on this objective. I highly anticipated someone to push north here, but no, they're playing it very tight. I think they really want to try and wrap this in 2 maps and try and secure the stage to move on.
I do think it's kind of a weird defense, though. If there is enough pressure applied right up the middle, it's a long rotation for Mike Thunder and Mix to get over there, get up against that wall. They really only have Izzy and Otto to deny that wall cap.
Yeah, it's always tough to call. Like, how do you build your defense, right? Especially on a map where you don't know what spawn the enemy's going to get. Sure, there are some objectives which have a pretty standardized defense, or you could set a defense that would work for almost any objective spawn, but other times you have to kind of adapt your defense to whatever the spawn is, or react after the fact if you find out that you guessed wrong.
I like this approach here from Hoochie and Scorpio. They stayed low the entire time, just underneath Mike Crook's field of view. I mean, this is like, it's as if they knew he was going to be in there, or at least somebody was going to be in there. They stayed just low enough to be out of the range of his sniper there, and they're going to get up really close before being identified. I don't think any member of Globo has spotted a Silent Purge player yet.
Yeah, judging from the arrows on the map, they seem very confused still as to where the attackers may be. There's not one solid direction that anyone is looking. Every one of those little arrows on the map is spinning around. Where are they? Has anyone spotted them? Does anyone have an idea what spawn this is? Has anyone seen any crosses? They haven't even crossed the mid streets yet. Not even on the north side. They haven't pushed even towards the middle side of the map. So they are working with probably little to no information right now as to where the Silent Purge team is. And it's impressive. This push, as Noman said, is quite impressive. But I think Hoochie's about to be spotted out here by Thunder Pilot. Thunder looking, he's got to see this. He's scanning the area. Does he not see this lumpy rock that's moving? There's the shots ring out, but he doesn't seem to be able to get through the barrier well enough. Hoochie returns some fire and Thunder backs off, but now Globo full aware of where the Silent Purge positioning is, and it's a lot closer than I think they wanted it to be this close on.
Yeah, Hoochie's position is at the very least known, not covered, mind you, but known. It's going to be up to Izzy in the rubble to try to cover this approach, and it's going to be a tough one. I don't think anybody expects you to be proning across the street, but Izzy on the peak, as I say that, does clean up the closest member of the offense. The grenades coming in. Thunder Pilot with a nice cleanup onto Mano as he tries to cross the street as well. Grenade no effect.
Thunder Pilot maybe get caught on this crosshair if Button's not careful. Scorpio's going to rain fire down on the center burning building, but it's a three-man push, and someone did finally make it south, but it looks like they're being watched.
One is downstairs.
Yeah, Dom Patronus made it south, but they are watching for that exit at the gas station, and Mike Crook with that sniper rifle going to end his life.
So dangerous to peek that rooftop when Mike is alive. He's an absolute dead shot, and right there, he shot someone dead. Send the shots onto Scorpio, however. Scorpio able to make it up to the smoke here. He's going to be making this push into the objective. Is Izzy going to be ready for him in the smoke?
I think Otto just spotted Don Patron's position out as he's rotating because Mix is now watching that south street for the cross. Otto's rotated down, and there's the kill from Mix. Now it's all up to Scorpio, who's crawling his way up. Izzy or Bart right there, sitting inside the objective walls. Here comes the grenade out. The trade is out for Scorpio, but it's not enough. Global Chem still with more men on the board. Take the point and go up 2-0 here on Quarantine.
Decent attempt from Silent Purge. They had the right idea. They just couldn't quite get everyone together. I think, again, what we see successful for this Silent Purge team is that team aggression. When everyone's charging in, when they have the smokes, when they have the shield, when they're causing chaos, that's when they work the best. And if they had all tried to cross with smokes at the same time, hard sprint, you're going to win trades. The odds that you lose a 5v2 in a straight-up firefight, in my opinion, are pretty low. And it's been working for them in a lot of scenarios. So I'm curious to see if they'll shake it up their next Marsoc round. But right now, they got to defend. They are down 2-0 on map 2. Their back's against the wall. If they lose this map, they're done going into that third place match tomorrow.
Yeah, what was interesting about the defensive setup there for Globochem, and of course the minimap clears as the new round kicks off, but all of the members of the offense died in a straight line on the map. They died in the exact same y-axis position. I mean, Globochem had that defense figured out.
Ouch! Oh my, Mano picks up Otto with a nice headshot as he pushes near the white car in the north. Mike Crook gonna be rotating to look for it. Now it's a headshot battle, and Mike Crook gonna be the winner as his optics are stronger than yours.
Nice sniper shot for Mike there. Typical for him. Exactly what you would expect. The 12 times accuracy down to a T, and he is a serious threat that you know Silent Purge is aware of. There's trying to stay tucked in. Granted, that peek from Mano was a little bit overzealous after finding that pick.
Yeah, Mike Crook's already spotted Button as well in the stairwell. It looks like he took a shot, but he missed. Button's going to stay with his head down now. He doesn't want to take that risk anymore.
And while we're watching it, one of the beauties that I want to outline, like the uniqueness of VR gaming, is that you interact with everything with your hands. This is one of his down teammates, and you see Mike pillaging for weapons. He's now got himself an assault rifle on his chest, just in case he needs the close quarters action. He's pillaging it for ammo, in the case that he needs ammo. And it's one of the beauties of VR. You know, the nade tosses, the scavenging of the enemy, even shooting. It all comes down to your steadiness. The surgeon hands are the best shots, right?
Sure, sure. Yeah, surgeon hands. Calm, keeping, being able to manage that adrenaline and manage the heart rate and stuff that comes with the adrenaline and all the excitement that is being immersed in a full-on gunfight with someone else. With that Thunder, Hoochie ripping Thunder apart there on a flank.
I mean, I couldn't get my camera faster.
We were right on top of it, and he applied pressure right through the smoke. He knew Thunder could not hear audio. He full sprinted. Thunder had no idea because the smoke audio was drowning it out.
Fantastic play so far. One res available, but a tough one. Thunder Pilot looks like gonna get confirmed now as Hoochie heard some of the call-outs around the side. There it is. The confirm does come out. It's a 4v3. Globochem now on the back foot here on this second objective. Silent Purge maybe finding a little bit of footing, but as I say that, Mike Crook with a fantastic shot onto Hoochie, and the tank courtyard is going to make
here
it
in the west. Sorry to cut you off, but Don Patron got 2 here in the west. Izzy or Bart, and Mixologist here at the corner. He pops smoke, and I think that gave himself away to them. He was in a pretty good ambush spot before the smoke went out. Now he's watching the wrong corner. Izzy or Bart's right there. If he peeks around this wing, he's going to find him, and there it is, the kill onto Izzy. Mix should know that Don is here. He should be calling that out to his team just for additional intel before he engages. Now he's going to peek the corner. A couple of shots out, but no connections.
And that's the right move from Don. Doesn't need to continue to apply the pressure. He has to worry, if anything, about this smoke that's denying him vision. And they're up 3-2 right now. All he has to do is defend. He doesn't have to get over aggressive. It has worked for Silent Purge, granted. Hoochie on the flanks found one. Don's found one here, and it's put him in an advantage. So the aggression definitely working. But right now they have the freedom to stay tucked in. Don's not going to do that. He's going to apply the pressure. Mix is going to catch the rotation.
Wow, and an excellent check look from Mix at an improperly timed rotation from Don Patron there, evening things out as they now clear the west side. They're free and clear to push, but they are, of course, going to be a bit hesitant. They do need to step that up, however. There are 2 minutes left in the round. They're not very close to the objective at all, but they've whittled down the defenders, so that's going to help things out. Mixologist, a very solid and experienced player in the Onward and in the VRML. He's been around for a very long time. He will get a trade, headshot trade with Button UK, and now it's a 1v1 here. Mike the Snipe versus Scorpio. Hard on the objective, just waiting for the approach. He's got a 1.5 minutes left. We'll have to see what happens.
I like Scorpio's positioning here. Not very off meta. He knows nobody's crossed on that western side. He knows nobody's in the gas station. It gives him a little bit of free range here. Obviously, he's heard the shots. They have a relatively accurate count. He should know there's at least 1, maybe 2 alive. I like this positioning from him. I think it's going to work out as 60 seconds are left on the clock, and Mike Crook has to make his way to the objective as quickly as he can. I don't think Mike has an accurate count. I mean, it doesn't feel like it for 1 defender left.
Probably not one he's comfortable with, but I think the one thing Scorpio has kind of forgotten is that with the right equipment, Mike can make it into that crater and kind of circumvent Scorpio. He's trying to draw out any defenders to see where they might be hiding, but no effect. Scorpio's very disciplined, another longtime player of the VRML and of Onward, so he knows not to get antsy and not to get overzealous here. And here comes Mike Crook around the street. Scorpio gonna find the kill, and Silent Purge pick up their first point here on Quarantine.
Yeah, with the time left, that was the right defensive choice, right? Knowing what he knew and knowing that there was not a lot of time left, there was no way that Mike was going to go all the way around and get in on a cheeky angle in the far west outskirts. And that was the right play. Catch the offense off guard. They're going to assume you're sitting on the OBJ. And that heads up play gives Silent Purge, yeah, their first point. So we're not out of this yet. The second objective definitely looking a little bit better for Silent Purge. But now we'll see if they have the offense that it takes to try to take it away from Globo.
Definitely going to be an interesting challenge. They are going to have a tough time going up against this Globochem squad. The momentum we always like to highlight for Globochem, once it starts to get rolling, is incredibly hard to deny, and so I'm very curious if they'll be able to shut down aggression coming in here from the side of Globochem. The momentum, it's just it's a challenge to deal with.
They're going to have to hashtag deal with it from the crater spawn. As Silent Purge starts off on, you know, I'm voicing a lot of my unpopular opinions here, but I really dislike this spawn, especially for this objective.
You're not alone.
Clear opposite of the objective. So much time for the defense to get set up. Not a lot of time for the offense to be able to cross safely, and right there is exactly why I just said that. Fantastic pickup by Izzy on the long-range peek on Down Patron crossing that north street.
Silent Purge moving quickly in the north. However, Hoochie, Button, and Mano all pushing the north. They've managed to basically take control here. As you can see off the far distance, some of the Globochem members now pushing up the western side to try and take a look north. And Mike Crook is going to be the first to get into position. And I don't know if that's going to be the one that I want in position first if I'm on the Silent Purge side. He sees Hoochie there on the roof, and there it is. Quick headshot from Mike Crook. He'll quickly receive some refrag fire from Mano, but no connection. And he'll probably command Thunder or one of his other teammates to try and take an angle to find that.
Get a different view.
Such an excellent shot for Mike there. Pull it up on the replay. He is an ace shot with that sniper. It's hard to steady the aim enough with those scopes.
Red roof, but I wasn't able to
Yeah,
watch it
that is
before.
not. I am sort of one of the resident snipers for my team, and we've all seen how very not good at it I am when it comes down to these clutch situations. The big difference here is he's in a championship match. You know, regular season is regular season, but when you're here and every point matters, it could definitely affect your aim. It could definitely affect how much adrenaline is coursing through you. And there's just a steady, surgeon-like hands for Mike Crook picking up. I mean, he's leading the team right now with long-range weapons for the most part. He's at 6 kills on the series so far.
A tough force to deal with, that's for sure.
Mike Crook's dogs in the background. You can pick him up on his mic in the close proximity. Unfortunately, that is one way that you can be given away to your enemies in this game, as there is proximity chat. The enemies can hear you if you're chatting, you know, a little bit of back and forth banter. You might catch some of that later on today between the enemies. But yeah, you can hear anything going on around you. So if you happen to have a dog who comes in and just starts yelping, unfortunately for you, the enemies will be able to hear that and locate you. So best to lock yourself away in a soundproof room and make sure that everything around you makes no absolute noise possible, because you never know when you're going to need to go stealth to get that knife kill. Wow, Mano, though, going to find Auto over by the APC, and they're making a push through the center now.
Button's here on plain nose. I don't think anyone ID'd him either. Izzy or Bart, their only defender on the rubble. If they can secure burning building, they're in a very good spot to attack objective. Izzy's going to be the main defender here.
Izzy definitely looking for it, and I think he's about to peek where Button's looking. Button peeks over the top and finds Izzy. That'll even things back out in a 3v3. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. And the Globochem defense is trying to figure it out, but I don't like how far away the Globochem defenders in the west still are. That one defender on the objective goes down, and it's not looking good.
Oh, that nade almost catching Mano on the rotation, just a little too early. Now Mix under pressure here from Scorpio as he pushes through to the objective. The C4 detonates, but
It's
it doesn't
open.
find a pick.
There's a
And
cap.
Scorpio's
Thunderpilot
in.
coming around the corner hard, but will he catch Scorpio in time? Scorpio's the fast capper. The tablet is out. Here comes Thunderpilot around the corner. What's it going to be? Who's going to get it? And Silent Purge are going to get the cap just in time. And that's going to be 2 caps for them on the day. They're going to go up 3-2 here on the map.
What is going on, Noman?
Sleepy called it in a big way. That Western defensive positioning, a mistake at that stage in the game. I mean, they knew the shots were there. They knew where they were coming from. They heard the close shots. Mix had to detonate C4. I mean, they absolutely identified that the offense was close enough to make that attempt, and they just took too long to rotate. It was so dangerous to rotate by the time they chose to do so. The Thunder had to spend some time gun up just to get across the South Street. And just like that, man, Silent Purge, I told you give them an inch, they take a mile, and Globochem learning that the hard way in map 2, as Silent Purge now with the defensive advantage on map 2.
What are your thoughts on this objective spawn, the ambulance objective? I think it's easy to defend. The angles to cap are pretty much, you got to have smoke and you got to be in the open.
If you've got your defenders in the South Hills, if you've got a long angle on the objective, right? You've got, so it's like a fail-safe defender, basically. Everyone else is kind of extra, right? They can do whatever they want. If you can keep that South defender alive, a cap isn't happening. It doesn't matter if you put smokes down. It doesn't matter what you do, because that is a clean angle across the map to be able to defend it. If you cannot get people into the South, it becomes a much more frenetic defense. You have to make sure people are consistently rotating. You have to know where your teammates are watching, because if you lose sight of any one of the 4 angles of approach, it absolutely can be a cap. So Silent Purge has to be just absolutely on point. They're lucking out here in the spawn. Globochem getting that crater spawn. They're not getting that north spawn. They're not getting the quick spawn. So this is a big advantage for Silent Purge to be able to get into their positions. And you see they're trying to get people into that southeast positioning with all of those smokes out. We'll see how this shakes out as potentially the final round of map 2 is underway. Silent Purge looking to try to take this away.
Interesting thing here, I've seen Thunderpilot bringing out the shield here on quarantine for this round. Looks like maybe he's going to try and make it to the hills and radio call some positioning for his team as they make a push with that pronged approach from the crater, as Noman mentioned.
Don Patron just catching bullets from Mike Crick. He's peeking under the rock. Mike Crick sent a few rounds down, forcing Don Patron to not take this aggressive stance on the defense. And this is great for Globochem, because now they're going to have a much easier time getting Thunder across with the shield. Mike's going to be able to cross a little easier. Just tucking Don Patron in is so huge for Globochem on this approach.
Yeah, it'll allow them much more freedom of movement towards that southeast corner. Now, there will be some backups to watching the east. I'm sure there's no eyes. Yeah, I can see Button peeking his way down the street, so it won't be an easy cross. But they've definitely helped their approach in trying to get across. Their Thunderpilot now going to be prepping a smoke for a cross on the street. We'll see if Button is able to pick that up. He should be able to see the shield at any moment now. There he goes, smoke going across.
You know, one thing that I noticed when watching past the round robin vids, smokes, people have gotten so much better at using them, placing them, tossing them, walking them.
Yeah.
But if you're a new player and you're just watching, just watch how these guys use smokes. It is really a practiced methodology to be able to utilize them effectively. And right now they're running out of time. Thunder doesn't have a lot of time left on his smoke.
Yeah, they know they're picking up the pace across. Mike dumps his smoke to help finish things out, and Thunder holding on for one last second to try and get them behind as much cover as they can. Don Patron popping out from his rock. Press some pressure on them.
Yeah, that northwest side cleaning itself up as the offense and defense lose 1 to a trade.
Northwest, that's a long rotation for this objective. That's a far push out.
Yeah, and the defender was there as well. I mean, he was further northwest than the offense was at one point there, and that was
Well, that's what I meant for the defense. Yeah.
a favorable trade for the offense. But now all of the work is going to have to be done here in the east. Thunderpilot identified, catching fire from underneath that plane wing in the western side. And Mike Crook with a fantastic shot on a button on the objective. It's going to open things up in the east. Mixologist picks up one, Auto another. And just like that, Silent Purge is down to one member defending. And this is the worst spot to be. This is exactly what I was talking about. You cannot have your defenders not angled on the objective. Like, bar
It's
none.
not happening. It's not happening, Hoochie. I'm sorry, buddy. You're the sacrificial lamb, and this is either going to be a cap on you or this is going to be Globochem's point, but you are in a really bad spot. You need to sacrifice yourself now and give up the point. The point is better than the cap and losing the map, and there it is. The point will go to Globochem as Mike Crook finds the shots onto Hoochie UK, and things are tied up here as we go into the end of map 1. But this time, Globochem will get the Volk advantage going into the defense for their final point.
You know, one thing that I just think is so interesting that we're seeing out of Globochem is that right now they're going back to a bit of an older style of Globochem. They're not necessarily going for the caps. We saw them punch in codes, you know, earlier on in the round, but now that Silent Purge has them on the back foot a few times that they've been able to answer back with caps of their own, I think we see Globochem securing kills over caps. That was an easy decision to make. They had 2 on Overwatch. They clearly saw nobody on objective, and they knew right where Hoochie was. You just don't land those shots. You know, you avoid killing Hoochie, and you get an easy entry right into objective and punch in a code, and you've secured yourselves your semis.
Very true, but at the same time, they knew that they could take the point and go to defense. And while their defense hasn't been the best, I mean, they've been capped on now twice from solid holes in their defense, but it's a safer bet, I think, when most teams think about it. However, in that particular situation, yeah, I think I'd side with NightFiree, and I would have gone for the cap. I would have held Button up or Hoochie up as much as you could. Just shooting at his feet, shooting over his head, whatever you had to do to just kind of keep him moving away from the objective and get a guy in there as soon as they could. But looking at the spacing, I don't think anybody was really in there to where if Hoochie had really booked it back, if they had avoided shooting him on purpose, he might have been able to stop the cap anyways, and they would have had to just been forced to kill him.
I don't know. In that scenario, I would have gone cap. You know, you got to try at the very least. You already know you've got him pinned. There's no way he's going to be able to sit in some corner and watch. You know, it's not an objective that allows you to do that. So applying that pressure and just keeping him pinned in that apartment. Like if I was Hoochie, I would have been sprinting up that south plane wing. Like, please shoot me. Please send bullets my way.
Lobo identifies the spawn quickly as Indy takes suppressive fire early on. Mike Karuk going to be down by Mano.
One down.
Nope, other way.
He's going to down Mano and now finish him off. Yeah, there we go.
One on roof.
Sleepy will get his kill cams right eventually.
I think Silent Purge wants to apply quick pressure here. Scorpio and Button charging in onto plane nose. You don't really have the rest of the team following suit on that aggression level, but these two are going to be right up into the grills of Mixologist and Otto in short time, and gotta wonder if this is going to be the right move for Button. They need Scorpio to draw attention and for Button to push in. They need to time their push here on the Mix.
Yeah, because Mix has definitely got the edge here with the speed of Button's corner peek using prone instead of going at it, you know, standing with speed. I don't know, maybe he'll sneak up underneath the laser and Mix won't catch it. Here we come, we'll find out soon enough, but Mix will see the head, and there's the headshot. Mix gets the kill. That will give Scorpio the information, but is Scorpio going to try and maybe sneak by? No, he's going in.
The problem with being prone like that is you don't have the speed. You don't have the reaction ability that you do when you're standing. So that's the problem there. When you challenge an entrenched defender while prone, you're not going to win the trades very often.
Sleepy, he is sneaking. He's going to try and slip past this defense. He wants to go right up through the middle.
Oh my gosh. Really? They're going to go...
What a play to try and put on.
That is some cojones. I think it's going to work.
The East quiet. I think that's the key here. If the East stays quiet, if they just don't make anyone look in that direction.
He's made it past. He's going across the street now, but that noise could draw Otto's attention. And here we go, the push onto the objective. There's Bart, and there it's clear. The objective's clear. Scorpio's capping. Pat is out. This is clear and open. Silent.
They're gonna get it!
Win map 2 on a cap. Oh my gosh.
The pressure!
Are they gonna do this again? Here comes the pressure from the defender on the hill.
Where's the cap?
Scorpio can't get it. The pressure's getting to him. What's gonna happen? Oh my goodness.
No!
Violent saves the cap. What the?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The pressure of that final cap doesn't allow him to keep his hand steady enough to punch that code, and Mix finds Hoochie, and now it's an even series. Actually, I'm sorry, an advantage series to Globochem as it's a 2v1, the final member of the offense. Don Patron pushing up this South Street. He's got some work for him. They're not out yet, but unbelievable save there.
The play from Silent Purge. Not over yet. They still have the lone attacker. Everything comes down to Don Patron right now. He has 3 minutes. You're right. Plenty of time. He knows where at least one is here in this courtyard. He should have an idea. And if he makes this push without checking it, he's going to get caught out. But this is it. This is Silent Purge. Their chance at becoming first place is on the line right now.
And just
there it
as
goes.
quickly, just as quickly, Thunder Pilot IDs the peak. Globochem take map 2 and secure their position in the finals.
I mean, we got to play that cap attempt again. He was there for what, a good...
Oh, like 10 seconds.
And
15
shots
seconds.
ringing.
Yeah.
I mean, both. You can see the pressure on both sides. You can see the laser wiggling around. You can see he's trying desperately to steady his hands to hit those shots. In the meantime, the cap trying desperately to punch in the code. What an unbelievable end to this series. Globochem just inching by with 2 map wins. Silent Purge, what a fantastic job going up against the ranked 1 team worldwide.
That was, I mean, that could have been the final. If you told me
Yeah.
that was the final, I wouldn't have been able to tell you it wasn't. That was amazing play on both sides of that match. Both teams should feel extremely proud of what they've been able to put out today. Holy cow, that's the best Onward I've seen all season, hands down.
Yep. And
Yeah, wow. The caps, the cap backs, the grenades threaded through windows, the sneak plays, the pressure, oh my gosh.
Snipes? I mean, just everything. We had everything
This
you could
is
have.
Onward.
This is Onward. This is the best Onward I have seen in so long. Just every bit of goodness packed into one game. I am so excited for game 2 now. I hope it's better. I don't know how it would be, but I hope it's better.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to follow that one up, but we'll see in a few minutes, I guess.
yes, we will. It will be it for my co-casters, Noman and Sleepy on the desk, but I will be joining you in just a few minutes with our second matchup with TFH and Wookie. Boss fight versus beginners. Do not miss this matchup. It is going to be as action-packed as this one was. I cannot wait to see it. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with game 2 of our semifinals in just a few minutes. coming in.
Grenade finds shenanigans. Wow, the res could come out from Blue.
Another one.
No, another one.
These two are doing a little bit of a merry-go-round. Wookie's gonna jump up, pops up through the stairs, and finds the backside. A fantastic move.
A massive push from Scorpio, runs himself onto objective. Spoilty has to go into a race. He's out on objective. No one is there to prevent the cap. Scorpio could easily run away with 2 points here, and he ties it up.
That now Spoils the last one remaining. He's got to deal with the shield as the man rotates 3, pushes down. He pushes the shield. He finds 1, he finds 2. Zach Fontaine going down, and Spoils will clean that round up for beginners. Nades landing just too short to find Miracle Dev. Ooh, but that one, spot on. Miracle Dev down.
Mano's crossing. He's on OBJ. This could be a 2-point kickoff for Silent Purge.
Yeah, he's tabling out. This is not very good for Vikings now. They've given up a second cap.
Yeah, so we were, it was really loud. I'm guessing that Scorpio's house may be a little loud is what I saw in the comments, and we were screaming, we were into it, so I can only imagine what it was like casting it for you guys. But that was crazy. Like, I want to point out that we did see Global Chem and Silent Purge, right? We talked about the discrepancy between these teams, but that was not a blowout. Silent Purge, they got 3 on both maps. They did incredibly well, but I want to hear, I mean, I heard everyone screaming, but for for me, that cap in Bazaar from Mano was like, that was sweet. So I want to hear from TFH because he was taking copious notes. So some of his favorite plays. He did his homework.
Like a good boy. Yeah, so it was just overall just an amazing game. Any game with the scoreline 3-4, even though Silent Purge weren't able to get a map, that was incredibly close. Their late game kind of teetered off a little bit is what I noticed. I think that's what really screwed the pooch on Silent Purge there. And they were really relying on those caps, which against a team like Global Chem is extremely difficult. So mad props for being able to get, 3 of those in? Am I right? 3? 2.5. So, and being able to get on objective in that last round, that was a really good last man stand there. And let's also go over really quick. There were some incredible nades coming out of that. Mano got one through the window, triggered a C4, and got auto. That is a Rube Goldberg machine if I've seen one. Yeah, and just being able to see those moments is really what makes my day as a caster and let alone a viewer or whatnot. So just some amazing stuff just coming out of Silent Purge there. And obviously we can't go without saying that there was some just pure Onward play coming out from Global Chem. They played it very to the book. Nothing crazy, but it's just what they needed to be able to get through and get themselves into the finals. Yeah,
it was just so incredibly close, and I can't help but think that, you know, being able to have Global Chem pick Quarantine, it's like, I don't know, I don't want to play them on that one. Do you think it could have gone any other way if it had there been other maps?
Well, you kind of can't choose when you're Silent Purge on map 2. They were home, so obviously Global Chem are going to choose quarantine, so you really just got to batten down the hatches, and Silent Purge did a really good job batting down the hatches. Bringing to a 3v scoreline is no easy feat against Global Chem, and being able to just pull that off is so incredible. But yeah, it's just their end game just kind of teetered off a little bit there. They really were relying on Scorpio to get that cap in and be able to force in map 3. What they would have chose for map 3, honestly, I don't know. Global Chem are just one of those teams that you could choose any map against them, and they're going to do pretty good on it.
Well, show of hands, how many of us were like, "Oh my God, with Scorpios proning across?"
Oh yeah, I didn't believe that.
I called it. That's all I'm saying. These guys.
He's just gonna get past them, and then he's like, he got past them, and it was mayhem for us. Over on that. But let's hear. I heard NightFiree shout out in Bazaar. My heart was gonna stop. What was the most just most intense? Yeah, now Sleepy, this was such a close game. Like, what do
Yeah.
you foresee now for the future of Globo even playing or Silent Purge? I mean, what does this tell you about what we can expect this weekend?
Well, as far as this weekend, it means that Global Chem is definitely capable of taking some hits, and they're definitely, they were on the ropes there a couple of times in both maps, and were able to kind of come back in Global Chem fashion and kind of settle the score and take the maps. However, they were bleeding quite a bit, giving up multiple caps, 3 points on both maps they played. That's big news in the Global Chem realm. It used to not be like that. I mean, granted, except for maybe in the finals against someone like Beginners. But now it makes me think that really whoever comes out of this next matchup that we're getting ready to watch here in a few moments is going to be gunning for Global Chem. And we saw Boss Fight 2-0 Global Chem just last weekend. So if they make it to next weekend, granted, that will be a best of 5 series. So they'll have to win 3 maps in a row in order to close out a wash series. But they've done it before in a 2-0 series, so I don't know. It makes me think that we may not see our typical champions coming out on top this season. It might be someone unlikely, maybe Boss Fight coming out as our champions this season with the way they've
He
played.
took a bet already. This is basically what he's saying.
Hey, you gotta invest early, man.
Hey, for us, okay, on the desk, we were like, we were recognizing some of the plays because we've watched a lot of Global Chem, we've watched and we've played against them, right? So a lot of you guys know, you recognize some of those plays coming out from them. Noman, what do you think about the teams playing as they usually play? I know that this is kind of one of your things about don't change up the way you play, but is it going to continue to work for them, the same plays? As I know they all watch each other.
Yeah, it's one of those. So the difference in the Silent Purge and Global Chem matchup is that they're not a regular season matchup. It's not a common regular season matchup. They never played each other. Global Chem had to go based off of what they saw in the round robins, right? So the difference here is that Boss Fight and Beginners know what to expect. They've played each other before several times, if I'm not mistaken. So the difference here is you're coming in with more knowledge about your opponent, with more, and I would say like sort of muscle memory, muscle knowledge of what's happening on the field. And I think it's going to make for a different matchup in that they have to be a little bit slower. The aggression won't won't work as well on either side, right? They're going to
Mhm.
expect some sort of change up. You're not going to see the same regular season play from either team. The way they adjust to each other will be key. The finding new positions that do the same thing is going to be, I think, the winner here. So if Boss Fight can innovate, and I think they will with their revamped and new and improved lineup, so to speak, I think they could definitely pull it off. But beginners, we've seen them do it season after season after season. They have adjusted. They have made up plays on the fly. They have had miracle comebacks against the likes of Globochem. They're not out of it by any stretch. I mean, we had to call our predictions, but beginners is in the back of all of our heads, right? We said boss fight, but beginners
Yeah, I
is
know.
still there because you cannot count them out. So it's going to be a crazy series.
Wookie, let's hear from you. There was so much excitement. I know that maybe you weren't as screaming as loud as the rest of us, but you were feeling it inside. What did you think of what you just saw?
I mean, yeah, when Scorpio was going prone across
Yeah.
for that last moment, I was like, no, what is he doing? This didn't
No.
work. This didn't work for them the
Yes.
last time they tried to do this. And then he actually got through, took out Izzy, and he was on objective. And I really thought that that cap was going to come out. I was so heartbroken to see it not come through. And especially because Thunder was fumbling as well. He couldn't land those shots against him. It was like, yeah, shaky hands all around both teams.
Oh yeah, you know it. You know
But
it.
Thunder was still able to land enough bullets to take him out, and I just could not believe that it came that close to a map 3 decider.
Yeah, I definitely want to shout out to the chat. There are a lot of people watching us, which is fantastic. That's totally what we want to see. Continue to please share this and make sure you get everyone out watching this live with you guys. It was so much fun. I can only imagine how crazy you guys were, casting it. I mean,
The
I heard
energy
some.
was real.
Yeah, you guys were like back and forth, insane. Which is always the best thing. Any best plays you guys saw from your point of views? I know I think one person was running cams, but anything that we might have missed that.
There was a ton of fantastic heads-up plays by Globochem when they had to make those comebacks. There was one that stands out for me. I was commenting on it during the game on Bazaar, Auto picking up the 2 in the east and causing that confusion when Globochem was pushing in through to the East Hotel objective. Him picking up those 2 on the backside was so big for the team in general, and it was one of those like calm and collected plays. Like he took his time, he knew exactly where they were, he just waited for them to make the peaks. It's that patience under pressure that really shone there for me.
Yeah, and for me, the one play that I don't know if we actually captured, but it was actually a little bit of a trade, and I know we caught the tail end of it, but on Quarantine, Mano pops out and just grabs this beautiful snap headshot onto Auto right off the bat in the spawn. I mean, right at Northwest white car, and Mano was down in the western courtyard, kind of near that western garage objective location, and he was looking up north. And then Mike Crook just came up, and they looked at each other, and immediately Mike Crook just took Mano's head off. So a great little headshot for headshot trade right at the start of a map. It is just great. But the initial one from Mano was, I mean, Otto was just running across. He wasn't even looking for the pick. He was just running and just boop, there goes his head.
You know what? I feel like the most deadliest, like Mike Crook. I feel like everyone has something to say about his sniping skills, his shield play with Thunder, and then for us at the analyst desk, we were saying Mino is sometimes underrated with his skills as shield too. Sometimes he's not pointed out as much. Any shout outs to anything different that we saw? Because I felt like Mike Crook did amazing per usual, right? As tradition, right? But he didn't have to carry them. I think they all played really well together. But Mano definitely, I thought he did well with the shield. Any other highlights for different plays from the guys?
My favorite, I think, outside of Mike Crook sniping, had to be the way that Hoochie and Button and Mano always had these quick heads up plays, right? They were not holding angles the whole time. It wasn't like that slow, I'm going to sit in a corner, I'm going to watch a corridor or whatever. They had quick rotations, they had quick reactions. Watching them clear a building or clear an area of the map was as exciting as the rest of the series. I think that I haven't cast them a lot in the regular season, but that's going to change in season 10, because just watching those guys artfully move around and understand where their teammate is and understand where they can push through was really good. It had a little bit, they made mistakes here and there, so there's definitely work still being done on it, but it was exciting to watch, and I'm excited to see what happens in season 10 with them.
I think we all need to take a minute of a breather. There was a lot of screaming on our end.
Yeah, it's been an excellent day of Onward so far. Vivian, thank you for hosting the analyst desk today. We'll be back with more action later with a post show, most likely, where we'll talk about what we're going to be having coming up here. Boss fight and beginners, T-minus 13 minutes. We will be live with that matchup right here on Master League 1. Do not miss it. Do not go anywhere. The EU battle that we are waiting for is coming at you in just a few moments.
Stay here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Onward VR Master League. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I am joined with my co-casters, TFH with a swear word, and Wookie with 1 O, I believe. How are we doing today, everybody? TFH, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. You caught me by surprise with that one. Oh, the intensity is coming in hot today. We've got an amazing lineup today, don't we?
Yeah, it is a good set of matches. Wookie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I mean, riding off of the adrenaline of that last match, I'm looking forward to seeing what boss fight can pull off against beginners. I mean, they played so well against Globochem last weekend that I think beginners are in trouble.
Yeah, it's looking like Boss Fight are playing at their old levels of skill. You know, they're playing back in the days when they would compete for a championship position. They've been looking very good with Radar and Viper, and I mean, Todd, I don't remember what your prediction was for this matchup, but who do you think is going to come out on top between beginners and Boss Fight?
I honestly think boss fight. Go ahead, Todd.
I didn't make a prediction for this one, but I really want to see Boss Fight go through this. I think it's about time that we have ourselves a 3rd champion in the league, and I'm really rooting for Boss Fight to go all the way, you know, tomorrow, and because they really deserve it. They've made the comeback this season, and they've just put in the work.
I think that if boss fight can pull this off today, that Globochem will. I think that they can pull it off against Globo based on what we saw today from Silent Purge.
There's a lot of questions, that's for sure, especially after seeing how well Silent Purge performed. It kind of is, it's proposing an interesting concept, right? We always see beginners or Globo as at least the 1 or 2. They're always competing for a championship position. I don't think I can remember the last time, it had to have been like at least 6 or 7 seasons ago, that we didn't have beginners or Globochem in the finals. That very well, I guess it can't happen now. Globo's already secured it against Silent Purge, but I think beginners have historically been in there consistently, and it'd be interesting. It'd be nice. I agree. It'd be nice to see Boss Fight get back and return to their glory and challenge Globochem, which is what they're gonna have to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was such a great, blowout last weekend from Boss Fight.
Yeah.
And beginners almost got knocked out too, if I recall correctly. It was close, I think, between SMC and beginners. I can't remember exactly, but they almost got bumped out. So I mean, today's a new day, though. We'll see what happens after all the action is said and done. I mean, my money's on Boss Fight, though. I wouldn't be surprised, however, if it's really close and down to the wire like it was just now against Globo in Silent Purge. Like, I expect this time we'll see a map 3 series decider.
We're currently right now prepping for this round. We're trying to get the teams in lobby and ready for the action, so we are going to be dealing with the tech issues of things. Wookie, I'll get your thoughts. Who do you think is going to be the standout shooter on both teams today? Boss Fight have that Viper Radar combo. They've got High Fish. They've got great shooters, and then obviously beginners with a large wild card of players. They're all very skilled. Who do you think is going to be standout there?
I mean, based on what I saw last weekend, I would say Paz, who's their newest addition to the team. Like, he really carried beginners during the round robin, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again today. I mean, we kind of said that about Scorpio with Silent Purge, because he did so well last weekend, and then Scorpio, he didn't do so hot today. He missed the most clutch cap of all. So I mean, I don't want to put it all on one team member, but I really do think that if beginners do well today, it'll be because of Paz.
Yeah, and Paz is kind of the wild card when it comes to the beginners lineup. He was just added right before wild card, I think, and he's been doing solid work for the team. So But you gotta wonder at the same time, like, he's a newer guy. He's a very skilled player, but, you know, when does the skill have its limit, and when does the cohesion begin to take over?
True, especially on a first map like Bazaar. I'm not sure if NightFiree has already revealed that or not, but
Oh, I'm trying to get into the lobby right now, so.
I know they just made it enabled. So yeah, I mean, Bazaar is very teamwork orientated. You can't really rely on just one member to pull this off. So I mean, man, this is going to be crazy interesting. It's kind of funny that Bazaar is again the map 1 pick between these two teams, just like it was against Silence Bird.
Yeah, I gotta wonder if that Bazaar pick is the right choice too, because you know both teams had some issues on it over the course of the round robin.
Yeah, they certainly did. So maybe they've just been practicing some new strats on it. I don't know. I mean, personally, Bazaar is one of my favorite maps. And it's a great map to watch all the action go down on. It feels, I mean, of all the maps, I feel like Bazaar is one of the most realistic in terms of environments to find yourself in today's tactical situation. So it's cool to see, you know, like these squads duke it out on the map like Bazaar for map 1.
And I might have missed it, but did we go over pick bans? Todd, I think you have those for us.
Oh, yes, I do. On the boss fight side of the story, we have a tanker ban. It's interesting because we don't normally see beginners choose maps like tanker, but maybe they know something that we don't. And I just really don't want to play that. But beginners, they're going to be banning Snow Peak, which it's weird because we usually see beginners tend toward these longer range maps. And Boss Fight, on the other hand, really like those shorter maps, but they're both banning a map that I personally think would really fit to their playstyles.
We have the lobby ready. We have nearly everyone in it, except for yours truly, and then we'll be underway in the action. Just a few short minutes left before we dive into round 2. I mean, we talk about Season 9 being the best Honor we've ever seen. It's been delivering so far. These semis, I mean, what are the odds we get such fantastic matchups, you know? Silent Purge and Globochem was amazing. And I you know, without me even seeing a round yet, I do believe that this is going to be a very engaging match. Boss Fight and beginners have a great past, a great storied past, you know?
Yeah, and with that great past and just so much on the line right here and right now, one of these teams will progress to play Globochem. One will be knocked out. There's just all the chips are in right now.
Yeah.
It's all stops are going to get pulled here.
Absolutely.
Boss Fight knows that they are the home team, right? Because that must mean that beginners picked this map, because Boss Fight are Volk right now. I'm not sure if that's entirely how it went down, but it'll be interesting to see Boss Fight opt to choose that Volk position at the start.
Yeah, if I do remember correctly, Boss Fight is seated above beginners, so they are the home team, and so this could very well be Boss Fight picking the Volk side. They want to get that Volk advantage, and it'll be interesting to see because we're on that East objective to start things off, and I just don't know. This might work in the favor of beginners. They've played quick. Like I said, they played some quick rounds on the round robin. If they get a fast spawn here, they may be able to overwhelm Boss Fight. There's some opportunities that will be available here for the beginners, and I'm very interested to see what sort of strategies they bring to the table. You can see your active rosters here. Over on beginners, we have Killinger, Icy Woods, Paz, Woods 43, and Smoils. Excuse me, Dr. Killinger. He didn't get that degree for nothing. And over on Boss Fight, we have Scooby-Doo, Radar Head, Leggle, Highfish, and Viper. So the standard 5-man core here for both teams. And I'm looking forward to getting into this first round. I mean, kicking it off on Bazaar on both sets. You can't ask for a better start, in my opinion. I love Bazaar. It's one of the, in my opinion, more competitive maps along with Quarantine. And we had both of those already, and maybe we'll get them again here with beginners and Boss Fight. It would sure be fun to compare what sort of strategies that NAEU matchup produced versus what we see here in beginners versus boss fight.
Yeah, and one thing we kind of talk about a lot throughout the season is, you know, these top teams, they're gonna wanna they wanna hold their cards closer to their chest, if you know what I mean, and they're not gonna want to bring out all the strats, but this is the time to bring it out here. Beginners aren't seeded as well as they probably think they should be, and they gotta fight it out against a team like Boss Fight, who would just been kicking butt this season, and you gotta be a little worried if you're on the what normally we would think is the #1 seeded team.
Both squads in lobby, both squads ready to go. We are going to hop into action right now. Round 1 of Game 2 of Season 9 semifinals begins. Boss Fight on the defense, beginners on the offense.
Yeah, and that Viper radar head combo will come out right off the spawn, and those two just get along. I don't think they're separable.
Of course, they had that, you know, early cheer to get the round started nicely. So classic Viper.
Viper does like to bring the energy to the game, both in his streams and in his playing, and Spoils likes to bring the lead to the other side. He's gonna pre-fire down that street, trying to make sure that no members of Boss Fight get across, but it doesn't look like they're actually gonna try to risk the cross.
Yeah, we saw this out of Globochem earlier. They dumped the smokes in, the defense pumped rounds downrange, and nobody ended up crossing because of it. If anything, it does slow up Pause a little bit over here on the east. He can't be as aggressive as maybe he wants to be, but he's already up here looking for picks.
Yeah, and honestly, knowing the beginner's playstyle, he's gonna probably hold that position and just wait for the rotations to come out from Boss Fight, and then just try to punish them when those rotations come out. Try to secure that early lead. But I hope that Boss Fight kind of understand how the beginner strategy works and just find good places to hold out. Just wait for beginners to come to them, and then fight it out in the final minutes of the round.
Definitely no need to get over aggressive, and I would assume Boss Fight are well aware of that. They know the style that beginners like to play. They know that they like to find the picks. They know they like to converge on objective as a team later in the rounds, and we're at 4:15 on the clock right now, and look at your overhead. Everyone's shifted over to the east side. Beginners initially were applying pressure up through that center lane, and they dropped back and are now posturing to push in from the east.
And I think they really are setting up for the iconic beginner's push. Just surround the objective, have a man in every single entrance into that courtyard possible, and then just make this unified push under smoke and whatever utility you got on in. And speaking of utility, a bit of a nade goes out. Won't be able to find anybody though. But one thing I noticed about this Boss Fight defense is it's incredibly spread out. That could be punishing if they're not rotating properly.
It could be. We're seeing some interesting positions here taken by Viper. Scooby-Doo getting a call out there. They do. It is a little late though. They called double blue. That means that blue L that's over there, and they dropped off of that position. It was initially a spot they contested, but they've dropped back, and this has got to be some misinformation. Beginners are trying to get Boss Fight to, you know, put out calls that are no longer accurate as they rotate. Look at your overhead, and you're right, Todd. They're positioning to surround this objective. There's going to be two coming in from the middle, probably one in from the short lane through that blue L that they're called out, and then another two over on the east would be my guess, although everyone is sort of shifting a little bit off of that east approach.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to go for a bit more of a street crossing rather than go tank side. I think beginners feel pretty confident that Boss Fight haven't really extended their defense too far, and a couple shots go off right off the bat. High Fish is going to trade with Woods. Those are our first picks, plural, of this game.
Pair of headshots, both of them down and out for the count.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty standard defense, honestly, coming out of Boss Fight. Like, a lot of teams like to do this kind of defensive spread, but without High Fish there, that's a huge gap in their defense coverage.
it's definitely a spot that the beginners want to try to put the pressure on. They know it's a little bit weaker there. They know, well, you know what? Actually, as I say that, they probably don't know for certain that the trade is there. They have an idea that someone's there. It's going to be up to Pause to get those confirms on in, but beginners are beginning to move their way up, and it is beginners prime time. We're in those final 2 minutes of the round, and they are pretty darn close to that objective.
Yeah, with only 90 seconds on the clock, beginners have to make a move very soon, and they don't have a lot of time to think about their approach anymore.
Smiles is giving away his position. He's pre-firing different positions and trying to just distract whoever he thinks there in order to allow Pause to rotate in and get those confirms. But lo and behold, that trade rang true earlier on in the round, and now we go down into the final minute of round 1, map 1. Couple nades coming out there, no smokes yet. I'm actually kind of surprised how far off of objective beginners are given how much time is left, but maybe they're going to rely more on Killinger to make an aggressive push in through the bottom. I see Woods begin to pre-fire the windows there. He's just trying to limit the rotations of boss fights, but for now it's the final 45 seconds of the round. A nade goes out, won't be able to find anybody in that Coyote build or in that Coyote market.
Your Smoil's laughing because Viper calls out the push. There's 40 seconds left. They have to approach. Smokes are out, and beginners are going to play this one close to the vest. The trade goes on in the middle. Viper goes down to a flame of his own. Killinger detonated by C4. Now no one's covering. Legel gonna get flanked by Pause on the backside as he rotates to cover objective. There is a res. Smoil and Icy Woods. This might turn into a 4v2 quickly. Legel able to deny entry. 9 seconds left on the clock. They are not pushing fast enough, and boss fight is here and alive. Legel finds Killinger. Smoil is trying to rotate in. Legel, the last one alive, gets a kill, hangs on, and boss fight secure their defensive round 1-0.
Just an incredible defense coming out for boss fight. Really, literally biding the time. Matter of fact, the timer is what really got them that point in the end there. Beginners really took that approach really cautiously, and I think that's what, you know, ruined their approach on this. Is they didn't manage their time properly.
I'd say they were way too cautious. I mean, is anyone really surprised, right, that an EU team took this long to get into position? I guess I kind of am, to be honest. I mean, EU teams are notorious for their slow play, but I was expecting a little bit more speed, a little bit more haste to come out of beginners just to get into position and then to move in slowly. But it took like the entire round for them to just get into position, and then that's how they ran out of time. As it just took them so long to actually reposition onto objective that the time just ran out on them.
And, you know, for me, this is kind of I would call it a front page play for the beginner's playbook. And the fact that they're running out of time when they've done this play so many times is a little interesting. You have to wonder if they're feeling the pressure, if they're not really on their A game just yet, or if they really are getting a bit of stage fright.
Yeah.
I don't... Yeah, that was a late push. You know, they should have gone in on the minute mark because even their rotation with 10 seconds left was really long. Boss Fight did a great job to hold on there, though. Some good moves from them, some good denial of entry. They knew exactly what to expect out of the beginner's offense, and they shut it down. And so now I'm wondering if beginners are going to come into this defensive round, probably keep things pretty tight, and then I want to see what they bring to the offense for their next offensive round. I wonder if they're going to try and change the pace up a little bit.
And, you know, kind of making a little bit of an observation about these team spawns. Boss Fight are, you know, they're just trying to have a good time of it and, you know, play really loosely. They had a little fun huddle there with Viper and Radar kind of leading that. But beginners, when they get off, it's immediately business. They are very serious about this. And maybe that's what's kind of coming down here. They're taking it a little too seriously. They're not playing as a team. They're kind of letting the stress get to them.
Yeah, I want to say, like, you know, it's okay that the time ran out on the very first round of map 1.
Sure.
But, you know, it comes down to the wire often, as we saw between Global Chem and Silent Purge. So every round counts in the semis. Don't want to run the clock out unnecessarily.
Yeah, and, you know, we have to consider that that could be part of their plan, right? They very well might want to just take these first few rounds nice and easy, not too concerned about winning or losing them. They obviously want to secure their Volk rounds and not let caps come in. But, you know, you don't have to rush out of the gate with quick pushes in hardcore strats, and it's not what we saw in Globochem and Silent Purge either. We only saw those intense caps come in later on in those rounds, although they did start off Quarantine with a cap, so I guess that's a good plus to them. But either way, you know, it certainly seems like a decent strat to take it slow for the first few rounds, and then we'll start to see some interesting plays as a drone comes in here for boss fight.
As is tradition. I was laughing because Viper is talking like Smeagol from Lord of the Rings, and he knows Killinger's there, and he throws a grenade and he finds him. Killinger down.
The nades today, all throughout the day, have just been on point as Radar Head finds Dr. Killinger. Beginners are already down one man, and this is not the way they want to start. Boss fight are bringing the aggression at the 4-minute mark. I think they're just trying to get in the heads of beginners. C4 goes off a little early. Radar Head's able to also dodge a nade. Pause gets a little peeky. That's different from a standard beginner's playstyle. We usually see him watching lanes, just waiting in a great little spot, but shifting in and out of spots is not something we usually see coming out of this EU team.
Yeah, and unfortunately, beginners there used up both C4s because that one C4 thrown was too close to the other that was placed, and now all the C4 defense is gone.
Yeah, that could be a... Ooh, go ahead.
I don't know if you noticed in the Chaos last round, that C4 that was placed by Viper did play a key role in denying entry in through that main doorway, and so to lose that utility certainly can hinder your defense a substantial bit.
Bit of pre-fire coming out there, just trying to get into the hedge, maybe a little bit of suppression coming out from Legel. Of course, it looks like beginners are just hunkering down here and waiting for the worst to happen.
Yeah, I think boss fight are getting ready for their push. They have smokes in hand. Viper's getting ready to move, and here it comes. 250 on the clock, so they have plenty of time to work with if things don't pan out on their initial approach. And Pause might be able to find some picks here if he's fortunate enough.
He's able to find Viper right off the bat. That's a shield push. He goes for the flank on Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo doesn't know what's going on. Yeah, he's able to find that one as he tries to go for the cap, but that got shut down. Now, Highfish is able to find Smoils off of a refrag from Scooby-Doo. Woods is able to find Legel. Now we're into a 1v2 with 2 Resible on the beginner side. Radar Head begins to push his way in. Highfish is there, and Boss Fight will get a second point.
That was much better setup and push by Boss Fight than what we saw from beginners, because Boss Fight were in position roughly around the 3-minute mark, which is the sweet point. You want that mid-game setup, and then you can move in, and you have enough time to, you know, flank around and clean up poor pushes better when you have some time on the clock like that.
That was a really nice move from Boss Fight. The Highfish push in the back end was key there. He found a ton of kills while the commotion was going on the front side. To your point, Wookie, they did a fantastic job of converging together on that objective, and there was an opportunity there to deny that cap. Woods had an angle onto Highfish. He could have picked that, then swooped around the corner, but he was very concerned about a cap going in right there, because that could have been 3-0 Boss Fight.
It definitely was looking like that was going to happen. I mean, Smoils was there just in time to try and get a revive, and that's when Highfish came into play, right? He picked off Smoils, and so he couldn't get that revive, and that's what really hurt beginners.
And you gotta wonder what's going on in the beginner's mindset right now. They've just lost an entire objective to a team that they are very capable of beating, and they have done it before. You gotta wonder what they're gonna try to change up.
Starting to wonder if they are capable of beating Boss Fight. You know, Boss Fight's looking really good right now. They are doing a great job of coordinating. It's come down to 1v2s, so beginners are certainly right there competing for these rounds. And like I said, I want to see what they break out for this second Marsoc round. I want to see if they get aggressive. They even get a fast spawn on this main lane objective, and so I'm very interested to see what sort of strategy they break out.
I hope you're watching.
Yeah, you can always rely on Boss Fight for a good few jokes at the start of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it lighthearted and keeping that team spirit up is just such a huge part. Scooby tries to go for an early pick, but Killinger just has the quicker aim on that.
Yeah, Scooby gets punished for sure with that early pick attempt.
He's calling for the res.
Oh,
This
that's
could be
dangerous.
dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Radar is just right there. He gets into a good spot. Oh, the pre-fire is there, but it just doesn't land. Boss fight, restore their 5-man squad.
That was way too close for comfort. Scooby got really lucky, although there's 2 lasers now trained on that position, so they're going to try and make that cross, and that's going to be super dangerous.
They're going to go under the cover of smoke, but what? With the pick through the smoke.
That was
Well
such
done.
good timing because it was blind fire through that smoke. Oh my gosh.
Couldn't have asked it to be more comedic either. Scooby said they're not going to shoot. Doesn't look like they're going to shoot. And as he says that, he goes to the push and gets the kill.
Karma is a female dog at times in Onward, and this certainly doesn't escape us during these intense finals. And I'm pretty sure that'll be something that Boss Fight will have a laugh about knowing them, and beginners will also be pretty happy with getting that first pick to kind of start off a round going in their favor. They do need to find some points here if they want to restore their momentum.
Yeah, you know, it's frustrating. Like, they have 2 points on the board already, but it's frustrating to go and revive a teammate and then to get punished for it afterwards.
Highfish was locked onto one member, but he wasn't able to make a connect. And now beginners are very aware of that position. And it looks like Paz is going to try to rotate in order to be able to try to find that angle onto Highfish if he possibly can. But that's a narrow call.
Seeing the comms here on point for beginners. Pause, letting him know where Highfish is shooting from. Getting that information relayed to your team through your radio on your shoulder is the most important element of this game at the high level. You have to be communicating. You have to be relaying everything you see. You don't have the luxury of a mini-map in the corner of your eye. You have to pull out a pad if you want to check the mini-map. And even then, it's not a full mini-map. So what you're seeing here in the cast is not representative of what these players down in the field experience. It's much less information. It's a lot more reliant on communication, on keeping those comms open, on relaying where you are, when you're moving, who you've identified so that you don't have team kills, because there's no name tags above heads like you see here either. So the game's difficulty is much higher than what is presented in the cast. They don't have lasers, they don't have name tags, they can't see their teammates through walls. A lot of information has to be communicated through comms.
You know, it's kind of funny you mentioned, you know, not being able to recognize people, but when you play with these people so much, you begin to recognize the way that they walk or, you know, the way that they run through the game.
True.
And you're like, oh, yep, that was like one of my teammates is bald-headed, and he runs with his arms out slightly, so I always know whenever I get shot by him whenever we're playing each other. Ooh, pause. It's just holding that angle, trying to catch Scooby on a bad rotation, but I think Scooby's waiting for it. Ooh, Icy's able to find Highfish inside that building. A nice little pick as the smoke cross comes out. Beginners are definitely bringing the action now, and just in time. That 2-minute mark is here. It looks like that they're not going to want to try to run the timer out on this one.
Yeah, after Highfish goes down, now Paz is in perfect position to get on objective, although Viper, that repositioning is good. Scooby-Doo crosses, but Paz finds him in the back. Dr. Killinger finds Legel. This is not looking good for boss fight now. 1v5 situation here.
All 5 members, the boss fighter there, but luckily the rotation from Viper just prevents that cap from happening. Beginners on damage control, or on boss fight on damage control will prevent the 2-pointer.
I think that's what Beginners was trying to do on round 1, and they just were out of sync.
Yeah, that was not a single person dying. Everyone staying alive. Everyone on objective. What a turnaround from what boss fight were able to do to them the first 2 rounds to then come in there on your Marsoc round, find a pick in the first minute, push with 2 minutes left on the clock, and have all 5 alive on objective. They could have all been put. They could have all just said, "Don't get this kill. He's gonna have to kill all 5 of us before he can." You know, everyone punch in the code. They had that option available.
I don't think beginners are gonna pull out crazy
No.
strats like that. But man, the day that happens, I'll be a happy man. Regardless, I'm pretty sure beginners are definitely happy to have their momentum coming back here. They're able to pull off a win. They're able to show that boss fight isn't as immortal as they thought they were in the beginning. And now boss fight kind of have to be a little worried here. Beginners have finally found their groove. They're coordinating. They're able to find those picks like they always do. And their standard play style is working relatively effectively against boss fight. Doing 5-0 against another team is a pretty hard accomplishment.
One thing I keep seeing is against these top teams like Beginners and Globochem, the aggression and the chaos works the best, it seems. You know, if you can capitalize on smokes, on confusing the enemy, and apply pressure and get the kills you need, that sort of level of commotion seems to be able to throw off the well-trained mentalities of Beginners and Globo, and I'm interested to see if Boss Fight are going to bring any sort of aggression here with this East spawn, or if they'll take their time, play it slow, work some picks first before they make their move.
Yeah, and Beginners are just really good at bringing that aggression. We talk about them being a slow team, but, you know, in those final 2 minutes of the round, they are not a slow team. They bring all the utility. They bring all the aggression in the same way that any NA team does. It's just when they choose to bring it is the major difference. Viper is able to find pause straight off the bat. Beginners are down 1 member already. This is the kind of stuff Boss Fight need right now.
They don't need Killinger picking up radar on the cross. A nice shutdown there of at least one getting across that street, but that might give them false confidence that that street cross has been shut down and denied, because they already actually do have one that has managed to get over there really early in the round. Lego was able to cross the street, and so I'm wondering how Boss Fight are going to adjust their approach here.
It's shocking to not see any smokes thrown by that tank and just going for that cross, because, you know, at this level of play, there's usually someone watching that cross, and you can't just mosey on a cross like that.
Yeah, the fact that Beginners did give up that one spot is a little concerning. Maybe they aren't as on top of their game as they think they are, but looks like Viper's going to try to make his attempt the same cross himself, or at least try to clear it up.
Yeah, remember, he's got that 12 times, so he has the range needed to take these long-range shots inside objective building, and if he just catches a sliver of a head, that's enough for him to identify and take shots off of.
And even if he doesn't make the shots, he can at least call it out for someone like Legel or Highfish to do the dirty work for him. But yeah, Bazaar is an interesting map when it comes to the sniping. It's not like Downfall or Quarantine where, you know, sometimes it's even the headset that you have that can make the difference between being seen or not seen. It's small enough where you can notice those things, and even just peeking your head out can be noticed, especially from a team like Beginners who probably have every single little contour on this map memorized. But ooh, Viper is just exposed right now.
He is, but he's almost got an angle on the high pitch. He nearly has that line of sight and just staying in enough to avoid those shots. And it's actually, it's not high pitch, I think it's Smoils over there.
Smoils, yeah, it's Smoils. And Smoils looks like he's a little bit aware of the position as well. The drone's coming out. That could potentially distract Smoils and maybe cause him to rotate just a little too far out. And Viper could definitely take advantage of this. And we talk about people like Mike Crook being such great snipers, but Viper is kind of the OG sniper in the Onward world who still plays.
Yeah, and though he is kind of exposed in the open, he's also prone, which will make him a very difficult target to shoot at. I mean, considering he's already got a line on the guy that would possibly kill him, it's going to be really hard for Viper to get shot in that instance.
And he's moving up to that tank, which makes it a little bit harder to see his body because those treads can sometimes throw you off a little bit. And the gap there is just so narrow, but Viper is holding it so well. And Boss Fight are definitely slowing up their play now. We're already to the halfway mark, and last offensive round, Boss Fight already brought the aggression by this point. Matter of fact, I think the round was over.
All Viper needs is like one quick peek from him, and he can take him out. Smoils just needs to like get a little brave of that peek.
Oh no! Highfish gets a team kill on Legel, and there's no res available. That is not good mojo for boss fight.
Okay. That was basically what happened there is Legel crossed the street very early in that round, and Highfish thought he was the only one that ended up crossing when Viper was covering. Forgot that Legel had made that across way earlier and heard those shots go off. Interestingly enough, thought they were Marsoc.
I'm gonna interrupt you, Viper. Knight. Viper and one other are beginning to line up their angles here. I think it's Viper and Killinger. The question is, can he find that pick? And if he does, is he able to hold it? Oh, the angles are there, but Viper is able to find that with 2 shots.
It was a beautiful headshot from Viper. That first shot actually nailed it. There was just a quick follow-up shot to be sure, but man, that was so nice.
That was an incredible shot. Viper was just so exposed. Killinger had every right to be able to find that kill, but Viper is just a master when it comes to that sniper rifle, and he's able to find really good picks. And now he's able to run support for Highfish, who's trying to work his way on in. Beginners are now kind of quarantined to their half of the map. They don't have anyone across the other side of the street now, so that leaves Highfish have a better angle to find Smoils, but Smoils will do the same for him as well.
Is Viper gonna pick off the guy that comes to revive him? Oh, it wasn't quick enough.
Oh. Being able to run across those angles now, the confirm comes out onto Highfish. No, Viper is able to get that refrag onto Woods, and now we're into a 2v2. Ooh, Viper finds Smoils. Beginners are only one mobile man. Looks like the res is gonna come out.
Scooby needs to get in there.
Yeah, he is getting on in there. He's able to identify Icy Woods. Woods is able to find that pick. Now we're into a 1v1. The res could come out, but Viper is going to be able to find Icy Woods. Boss fight with the definitive lead, 3-1.
Nice play by Viper there. Getting all those downs and just causing overall havoc against beginners. And then at that last second, you had Scooby moving in, and just the assault from all sides, I think, played off really well. I mean, it got really close to running out of time, but they were still able to pull it off.
Boss Fight are looking good today. They are coming with everything, you know, in their utility belt. They're pulling out all the stops. Viper with the sniping, the smokes to cross, the aggression, the slow play. They're bringing it all to the table right now, and all they have to do is defend this, what could be final objective for this first map, and they would end up taking their map pick, which they did choose sides for. So beginners will have another map to choose for map number 2 if they lose here. So not everything will go into the favor of Boss Fight, but to take that first map, all you need to do is secure the second one, and you're moving on to the finals. And so right now, momentum is definitely in the favor of Boss Fight. In the back of your mind, though, I'm sure if you're a Boss Fight player, you got to remember, beginners had 5 alive on our objective. They really punished us when they went and got that Marsoc win. And, you know, if you can keep that out of your mind, if you're Boss Fight, that's good. Keep that in mind. If you're beginners, ride the momentum that you had there. Try and execute in a similar fashion. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit of a faster paced beginners again here, because that's what worked for them when they had that 2 minutes to work with.
Well, we're not going to have 2 minutes to work with here as we hop on into round 5. And this is boss fights to take for map 1. If they're able to defend this objective. Now, this objective in particular, the mini market, is notoriously hard to defend because of the many different little capping points and many different points of approach that could come out from beginners, and they definitely got their workload cut out for them, but I have a feeling they're just going to ride off that good energy that they've got right now. Having a 2-point lead over beginners is definitely something to brag about.
before placed in Mini Bazaar on that frame, and I wonder if they'll be able to identify that on the other side of the wall here. It will be a few minutes before beginners make their way to that Mini Bazaar, because they are going to take their time, and this is going to look like, this looks to me like they're setting up for another 30-second push.
Yeah, beginners definitely like to take their time. They like to just hold extremely good angles, the best angles, and wait for the enemy team to get a little nervous as the clock ticks down, make a wrong peek, and just punish them on that. Their trigger skills are just on point, and they're able to identify positions like no other. And one thing I'm kind of noticing about this boss fight defense, they're leaving their south side a little bit more exposed. Granted, that south side's a little bit harder to defend, but we usually see someone in that mini market kind of using the visual cover of the stalls to at least call out and be able to identify enemy positions and maybe return some fire as well. But boss fight are not doing that at all. They're completely relying on Radar Head to watch that approach, to identify when that push comes in and maybe try to stop a cap from his position or send in Legel to do the dirty work for him. But that's going to be harder as Legel's position might be compromised by Woods. The shots are going to ring out. Legel is not going to be hit, luckily, but his position will be given away.
Bit of a calm on the battlefield right now as boss fight don't want to peek out. They know what beginners are up to. They know the beginners play style. They're very familiar with experiencing it, and what Legel has to do here is just stay patient. Patience is the key to defeating beginners. If you can stay patient, you have a much better chance of getting that round win, because it is going to come down to trades and firefights on the objective. Not a lot of defenders want that. So I do understand that it's hard for these guys to not peek. It's hard for them not to look for kills, because it's scary to defend when a whole team is pushing your objective.
Especially when a team with as many wins, and we're talking season wins as beginners, I think they've won just as many as Globochem right now, and beginners are looking to extend that championship lead by 1 point this season, but they've got to go through boss fight right now, and that is not currently being very easy for them. Killinger's going to take a couple shots onto the objective as he thinks he identifies position. He's just pre-firing, though. A couple smokes coming out here. We're in the 3-minute mark. Usually a little bit earlier on the beginner side to start a push, but hey, no time better than now.
It's amazing that we still have 5 up on both teams, and it's less than 3 minutes in the game. Almost less than 2 minutes in just a moment here, and there's still so many members up on both sides.
Smiles makes a push into the blue room. He's now the closest man to objective. Matter of fact, he is next door to it, but he cannot cap from inside there notoriously. But he does have to worry about Radar and Scooby, who are watching his position.
Ooh.
I think he does identify Radar Head. Ooh, and Pause is checking. Oh, the team kill might come up from Pause if the radioing doesn't come out. Pause is checking that angle where Smiles is, but I think he gives up on it. I think the communication did come out, and beginners are really good at communicating. Matter of fact, a lot of their strategy relies on it.
So many lasers just washing across that street right now that it's you could just tell that they're getting ready to do this push. Smokes are about to come out any second now.
They're at the 1 minute and 30-second mark. Smoils is able to find Radar Head. That opens up objective considerably. Now it's up to Legel. There's so much riding on him. Pause is able to find High Fish. Smoils trades with Scooby.
Wow.
But the res can come out. Boss fight are just 2 members here. Beginners are looking extremely strong on their Marsoc round. A couple smokes come out in order to cover the cross of Icy Woods. Maybe trying to go for that res. Legel's able to find Pause. Now we're into a 3v2. 1 minute remaining in this round here. Beginners are looking to stay on in here, and currently they're pretty well set up to do so. The res comes out onto Smoils from Killinger. Legel is waiting for his opportunity to peek here, but it looks like Killinger's going to be a little hesitant. He might be aware of his position. He might not be, so it really depends on the peek here. But Icy Woods sees the position. He has to radio it out. Viper is able to find Smoils. Woods is able to get that refrag, and he's able to get the double onto Legel. Beginners will take their second point.
Yeah, that was really nice. Offensive push from beginners. I like to see that now. I mean, they had the rough start in the beginning, but man, they're firing on all cylinders now. They only took one loss on that push. And it's like so amazing because it's one of the easier objectives to push and attack as Marsoc, but it's also, you know, you could put up a strong defensive fight there, and Boss Fight just kind of got overrun there at the very end. The patience from beginners, waiting to the very last minute, running the clock down as far as possible, just applies so much pressure to you as a defensive player that you kind of start to panic and make mistakes, and it really shows.
You know, I gotta wonder if maybe Boss Fight are gonna try and switch up their defensive style if beginners can get another round here. I wonder if Boss Fight will look for those peaks and will look for those early angles, because right now beginners are looking very good with their last minute push or with their team push onto objective. They're very coordinated. They have flanks coming in. They got Woods on the west side. They're pushing up through the center, splitting attention of the defenders so that they're not looking at the attacker when he rounds corners. Very good work from beginners to get them those Marsoc rounds, and I don't know, I feel like letting beginners get into position is what's really biting Boss Fight on those on those Volk rounds. If anything, they have the advantage now as they go into their Marsoc round. They have that cushion. They can play aggressive. They can play it slow. They can go in at 3 minutes. They have lots of options available to them on how they want to approach this objective.
Yeah, and having the tank spawn as well definitely gives Boss Fight even more options to approach the objective. They don't have to worry about spawning so close that they have to use up more time to get into position, rotating around the map. They can send whoever they want on either side of the street to go there immediately without having to worry about getting peeked. When beginners are pushed up pretty far here, he's able to find Viper. He was clearly not expecting that hard of a push now. Question is, will Scooby-Doo recognize the position, maybe try to go for the refragger, maybe hold his position? He gets tagged out, takes a hit, but he's still up and going.
This is what Boss Fight needed to do on defense. They needed to get aggressive on beginners, and instead, beginners are the one that are applying the pressure while they're down 3-2. The back's against the wall for this first map. They are out here getting these early picks, and Killinger and Woods are in very good spots. Woods does find shots onto Highfish. Highfish has to drop back and get himself healed up as he does try to find shots through the wood onto Woods. Killinger coming around for support. He's going to apply pressure on as well. Multiple guns coming in. That's going to expose him, though. Highfish does a great job of reacting, picks up one. I got to wonder if he's going to be ready for Woods here as well.
I don't think he is expecting the two-person push. He's being very lackadaisical about it. I see Woods is able to find Highfish, avenging his brother. I'm sorry, not his brother. That's Killinger. But now the confirms come out. Beginners and Boss Fight now locked into a 4v4. Scooby-Doo's in a very forward position. Recognizes Pause's position, and Boss Fight at the same time are putting the smokes out. Looks like they're going to try to go for an early entry into the courtyard there. Scooby-Doo is being very loud. Pause is locking onto that position. Spoils finds Radar Head and Legel. Wow! They tie it up with a double coming out from Smoils.
Wonder if I got that on replay. That was a really great C4 detonation, and we did. I mean, that's what caused that shut down that push. A C4 in the middle of the street, the last place you would check, catches out the south approach, and beginners do snag a nice round there. What a great little defense out of them.
To quote The Great Escape, a plan so idiotic it might just work, and that it just did. The blatantly obvious C4 was overlooked by Boss Fight, and now we are into a round decider. This is exactly what beginners needed to start off their map one. They have found their momentum. They have held out on a defense, holding off what's been trouble for them. They have not had an easy time against this Boss Fight offense.
I knew it was going to come down to the wire on this first map. At first, I wasn't so sure after that really rough start for beginners, but man, they are clawing it back. No doubt about it.
I think beginners have definitely changed up their defensive strategy in lieu of how Boss Fight's been playing. Now, it's on Boss Fight to really change it up and see if they can find a way just to sneak one past beginners. If not, beginners will happily take that first map.
We are going to be going to Kayat for our final objective, and the controversial OBJ that is incredibly hard to defend is going to be where we have our last round of this map, and I gotta wonder what Boss Fight are going to do here. Beginners, their strategy works perfect for this map, for this objective. To wait for the last minute to send in smokes, converge on it as a team is such a great way to attack Kayat, and if Boss Fight allow them to position themselves and get set up, it's going to be real hard to shut down.
Interesting. I never noticed that before. Scooby and Radar change C4s. Or they trade it. So I wonder if that, so that one of them goes down, they can just blow it.
Yeah.
You see that strategy emerging more and more as teams kind of hone that strategy down. It used to be we had trouble getting C4 kills right when it started, but now I think the C4 has just become as used as, say, like an AK-12.
It's definitely been more commonly used, I would say. Legel's going to be in like a key position here to hold back this beginner's push on the west side. He's definitely got the bullets to pull it off. I mean, a G3 with a drum mag is no joke.
Yeah, it is not a very quiet weapon, and he does have to worry about Killinger and Woods pushing in. And just having that buddy system is what could really help you in these kinds of situations. Boss Fight are a little stretched out here. They just don't want... Oh, the nade was almost perfectly thrown, but caught the corner of the building, and Legel will fight another day. A couple shots coming out from Woods as I think he shoots the wall during that, but he's just trying to make sure that no one, or at least he makes his presence known that rotation is just not possible anymore. Oh, the nice shot from Woods, able to find Legel finally.
Yeah, they knew he was there. I mean, it's a shame two grenades both hit the corner of that building.
What's up with that corner, man? Is there magnets there?
Feels like it.
Someone should get that checked out.
But I mean, that's two utility invested to kill Legel, which they ended up just shooting in the face anyways. So that's two less grenades they can use on key out objective.
One thing I do notice that beginners like to do is they take shots and they don't linger. You know, they shoot at somebody, they drop back off and rotate around. They do not stay in that same spot and go for a repeat and allow Boss Fight to react. Either catch them out before they shoot you or expect a rotation to occur. And Boss Fight are positioned nicely. They got one upstairs, Scooby and Highfish down here in the middle of the bazaar. They got one more. Viper there is watching the east approach. So they still have good coverage despite being down one. Just got to wonder what beginners are looking to do. It does seem very much like they're slowly positioning to get into that 5-man press on all sides.
Yeah, that's such a good observation, NightFiree. That's what really shows and sets apart teams, the top tier teams from the rest. Is like once you shoot, you can tell these players already have the next route in mind once they're done shooting. Like they have a backup plan. Like if they peek and shoot and they don't get the kill, they already know where they're gonna rotate towards. That's so huge.
Double board effect coming into play as Highfish gets found out by Smiles. Highfish had the advantage in that shot. He knew exactly where Smiles was, but bullets don't go through two sets of boards, and Highfish learned that the hard way. A nade goes out onto objective. Smiles gets his confirm in. Now Boss Fight are 2 down. Beginners are still a 5-man squad, and that's exactly how you want to be if you are approaching this objective.
Yeah, Smoils' grenade almost found Scooby. It was kind of close there. Just a little extended over the shack, but it almost found him. And I like where Scooby's sitting. Usually people are sitting on the other side of the fountain, but he's on the east side of the fountain which is a little less common, I would say.
I'm noticing Boss Fight are getting really peaky. This is very different from how they started off their defense. They were holding angles. They were waiting for beginners to come to them, and they were doing a pretty good defense against them. But now, it looks like Boss Fight are a little bit more nervous now. I think the pressure's definitely set in.
I think that's the frustration with Keyot objective is you do need to peek a lot. And Smoils finds Viper. Now Boss Fight are just down to 2 members against beginners 5. This is not looking good for Boss Fight.
Backs against the wall. The final round of the map right here for both teams. The winner is going to get that map 1 advantage right away. Kick off the semis with a good start. And if it's beginners, they go into map pick for their second map. Or they can pick sides. So they have options available. And it's going to be beginners.
Oh.
If this keeps going, Woods finds Scooby. Radar's the last one alive into a 1v5.
And Killager has worked his way into the Keyot building. There's no way Radar Head could rotate around. He is tablet out. I think Pause is just moving there to get the distraction, and Radar is not. He's completely oblivious. Oh, but the pick comes out. The 5 points what happens. The beginners will be perfectly happy with taking that one.
I mean, again, 3 alive on objective, being able to deny that cap from happening. Or, excuse me, enter in the code. They had so many options. You even saw Paz pull out his pad, and they had several people trying to punch in the code there. Beginners. It's a weird, display of different levels of play. They on their losses, it looked like it could have been Boss Fight's set. But when they won, beginners won. They had everyone alive on objective. They were finding picks early. Everything was going their way. And, if they can ride this momentum going into their second map, this could be another 2-0.
I think what happened on that first round is that they just ran out of time and they started to panic, and that's how they got picked off. But now that they seem to get their timing under control, they're not panicking, they're not making mistakes that Boss Fight can really capitalize on. And man, that's what 3 unanswered points for beginners against Boss Fight. That's quite the comeback.
We're just waiting on the next map, and we don't know who's going to choose this. It looks like Boss Fight are pretty happy going to Volk's side, but who knows? Maybe beginners will return the favor. Let Boss Fight do one of their own.
We just end up swapping who picks the map first.
Yeah.
Pretty even kill spread across the teams, too. Like, everyone's, for the most part, putting in a lot of work. No one's really carrying any of the teams, per se. All around, really strong defensive and offensive coordination by both teams. So, I mean, hats off to both teams. It really came down to the wire there. Even though beginners did kind of overwhelmingly win their Marsoc rounds, Boss Fight, they played really well Marsoc rounds themselves. So this next map is going to be, I have a feeling that this map is going to be the most important pick. And that's why they're taking so long to decide.
And if it is beginners, I know that they're pretty downfall friendly, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that old classic coming out of it today.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we saw a tanker ban from Boss Fight. I would have banned downfall against beginners.
The interesting thing about beginners is they love downfall, but they don't have perfect rounds on it. Downfall's a very hard map to defend, and once you kind of figure out the groove on there, it doesn't matter if you're beginners or Boss Fight in this matter. It can be really hard to defend objectives, and depending on if you get a Marsoc advantage at some point, that could really turn things going into your favor.
I disagree. I think downfall is totally defensive advantage. I mean, Marsoc has it out against them because all those buildings that you can peek out of as Volk is just powerful. But it doesn't matter because we are going over to quarantine for map 2, which is I'm really excited to see this. It's funny though; it's exactly the same map sequence that we saw earlier today.
And same score lines. The second seed is the one that's winning the maps, and 4-3. The semis have performed. They have been exactly what I hoped out of Season 9. We hyped up the games that we are going to be experiencing this weekend and last weekend. You know, we knew that Season 9 was going to deliver the best quality of Honor we've ever had, and so far, I mean, these teams are just neck and neck across the board.
You want to bet that last round's going to be a failed Capitan?
Oof.
Too soon. Too soon.
It's never too soon.
I don't think we're going to have any roster swaps coming in here. Looking at active rosters on the day. Beginners sticking with Smoils, Killinger, Woods, Paz, and Icy Woods, and Boss Fight. Don't have their 5th in yet, so there's an opportunity there to bring someone new, but so far they got Viper, Highfish, Scooby, and Radar on that roster. And they're going on Volk, so Beginners did pick the map here.
Yeah, it looks like that they definitely wanted to keep this under their control. Beginners are not looking to fight it out on map 3. They're not really so into the theatrics of it, which is totally fine. They are totally entitled to play it their own way, and I think Boss Fight are going to make it extremely difficult on this map.
They certainly didn't make Bazaar easy, that's for sure.
No.
You know, I'm shocked that this is Beginner's map pick. Why would you go up against Boss Fight on their best map after it was so close on Bazaar? I mean, that's just kind of... don't get me wrong, I hope this goes to a map 3 series decider, but man, that is just a questionable pick by Beginners, if that's the case.
Yeah, you gotta wonder what the decision-making process was there. They took their time, too. You know, there was a good 2.5, 3 minutes between them deciding what they wanted to go with, and it does look like we have our 5th. It is going to be the same roster, right? UC Death joining on there.
No, he wasn't in the previous round.
Who was this spot?
I think he's replacing Legel.
Oh, you're right.
Legel. Yeah, I mean, this is the map that Boss Fight spanked Globochem on like 4-1. So unless Beginners have been practicing on this map a lot, I don't know. I just question this ending poorly. I see it ending poorly for Beginners.
And this objective to start off with is going to be rough for Boss Fight. It is that corner objective, and it could be really defendable at times. It cannot be, depending on how you set up your defense. But it is just out there in the open with plenty of spots to cap and not many places to kind of tuck yourself in. You almost have to rely on shutting down the lanes rather than shutting down the objective.
Yeah, it's definitely a... What you don't want to give up north on, that's for sure. If you lose rooftop on this objective, things become a whole lot harder. You give up that courtyard. If the courtyard's not covered, smokes can deny vision, and then a cap can come in. Although we don't see it happen often. Caps on this objective don't seem to go down as often as you would think, considering all the different angles you can punch the code in. And to your point, Todd, it does seem like the lane coverage seems to be the most dominant means of defending that, as that does shut down most of the approaches onto that objective.
The only place you can really hunker down or play saves you can only really hunker down in on this objective is if you tuck yourself in on that bit of fuselage hanging out by the building or inside the burning building. But aside from that, you could try to go to the walls, but then you have to worry about a south approach and getting exposed there. So the defensive points can be really risky if you're not totally on top of where enemy positioning is. And let alone sometimes, you know, I've seen this a couple times. People who bring shields, they'll go up along the wall. The last person up will be at that fuselage thinking that they got the grade A spot, but then they just plop the shield down, balance it properly, and just cap before that last defender can rotate in. So will we see that? I'm probably going to see like a 10% chance of that. Beginners definitely know how to set up a defense against Boss Fight and vice versa. But it's possible.
think we're just waiting for these two teams to figure out strats. That or the beginners are secretly regretting this and they're trying to put out the playbook and make some new plays. I don't know, but they are definitely taking some time to get organized here and started on map 2.
I only know of 2 major plays from beginners. That is the iconic beginners play. You know, when we talked about so much here, the surround the objective, wait till the 2-minute mark, and then push under the cover of smokes after trying to find little picks here and there. Or just like, you know, Knight, I hope you remember this, but that amazing beginners push we saw against Globochem on Tanker in round 1. Long time ago, though, not recently.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those maps too where you can't, it's really easy to run out of time, and after beginners ran out of time earlier, I don't know, I'm a little concerned for them.
They are going to get that North Crater spawn as we hop into round 1 of map 2. If you are just tuning in, this is Onward. It is a 5 versus 5 military simulator. The objective is to capture an objective in a search and destroy style. You have to get within the vicinity of the dot on the map there and punch in a 7-digit code in order to secure yourself 2 points, or you can kill the enemy team and you'll get 1 point. So obviously, if you're defending, you can only secure 1 point. If you're attacking, you can get 2, but it's risky. So curious to see if beginners are gonna go for any caps here. I think their spawn and crater has been identified with some very early shots, and now they are taking it slow as they move their way out of it.
And you know, the capping strategy is kind of like poker. You're going all in with the chips. You are risking yourself. You can't obviously hold your gun when you're holding a tablet, and tablet's not going to win a duel. So you're really betting that the enemy defense is weak enough to allow you the time to, depending on how you cap. We see people doing the 3-second ones, but you got to memorize that code first and then be able to punch it in. You got to manually punch it in. You're not on a keyboard. You are in VR trying to punch in a code, and it can take a little bit of time if you're not, you know, a grade A capper, but some of these people, they can do it in 2 or 3 seconds, and it's pretty incredible to watch.
Yeah, all of beginners opting to push in on that north route, which is, you know, something I personally don't like to do or see. I just think it's the most risky maneuver. But we do have that one member of beginners off to the east by Motel, Smoils. He's kind of the insurance policy, I suppose, on this approach. But still, I mean, everyone is just kind of like bunched up on the wall there in the north, and it looks like they're, I don't know, they're giving up a lot of time without gaining any real map positioning.
I think that's kind of the beginner strategy, though, is they want to be methodical. They want to make sure that boss fight haven't pushed out too far. And they don't want to take useless risk. They don't want to just be peeking corners, potentially falling into an ambush. They want to maintain that 5-man advantage and just find the picks in the first 4 minutes of the round. And then in those last couple minutes, Smoils is able to find UC Death. And we were just my point exactly. They like to find these picks, weaken the objective a little bit, and then begin their push on in.
Moyle's going to go for that long drop back, use distance to his advantage, and try and cross this street. You can see lasers are dialed in here, though. They are waiting for this push to go through.
And now Smoils is going to try to make a very risky approach that is being watched. He's taking it pretty slowly. He is identified, but oh man, he should buy a lottery ticket. He is so lucky that he isn't downed.
Gonna have to use the utility if he wants to get out of here. They got eyes on, rounds coming in. He's gonna try and walk it across, and it does buy him enough coverage for him to get over into the south. And now it's one more thing boss fight have to worry about, although they don't really have to. They can let Smoils be here in the south. They can let him play around on these dunes. He's not going to be an effect on objective for a good bit until he gets really up to ambulance.
And Smoils is such a great distraction. He likes to carry like an M249 or a drum mag and just run around the enemy defense, just shooting randomly, trying to get their attention, just applying the pressure, saying, hey, I'm down here. Focus on me. Scooby-Doo is able to find Woods, though. but
Yeah,
Swells likes to get that attention and divert the center of attention away from where the main push is coming.
I'm worried that beginners are taking too long again, like they did on Bazaar on this first round. That grenade almost found
I know.
Scooby.
And the
counter
grenade
grenade.
still falls short. What is up?
But yeah, this is when beginners make mistakes. You know, they run the clock out too much, especially on a large map like Quarantine. Highfish goes down to Icy Woods, but Dr. Killinger does find the refrag. Now it's a 3v3 situation with less than 90 seconds on the clock. And I think the defense has this still pretty locked down. Like I just beginners are gonna have to pull out a miracle here if they really want to get a win on this objective.
And it's really up to Scooby right now to hold up effectively 3 beginners. Killinger was able to take that rooftop. The C4 will be a little too late. He heard the running, but I think that gives Killinger a very good idea what's around him. And it looks like Killinger's he's not even going to try to go for the cap. He's going to let Pause try to go for it. He's just going to support him, but Scooby-Doo is able to prevent that from happening. Now, Pause is a good idea where Scooby is at. Pause rotates back up to the rooftop. Looks like he's going to try to go for that high ground, maybe try to get an advantage out of that. 30 seconds remaining. Beeps are going off in everyone's headsets, so they know the time is running out, especially on the beginner's side. Pause rotates around. Scooby's on the other side of that plane wing, but Pause is just able to make that line up and be able to find that pick. Now he's running toward the objective. Radar is right there. He's able to find Pause. Now Smoils is very aware of the positioning, but Radar is able to finish that off. Boss fight once again will take the first point.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, you know, beginners run the clock down too much, and that's when they start to make some serious mistakes on that Marsoc push, you know?
And the celebratory team killing also comes out from boss fight. You know, you got a squad that gels when they really don't care about the scores so much or how they look, especially on cast. They're really just there just to have a good time.
This last minute strategy isn't working against the boss fight. You know, they've had some success, I suppose, on Marsoc. They've had great Marsoc rounds, but those rounds are when they push with 2:30 left. You know, when beginners they're putting themselves into these positions. They're forcing themselves to have to wildly cross streets and expose themselves to easy angles when it's not necessary. They've got good positioning. They have roof control, you know. It's just to have roof control with 30 seconds doesn't do you anything. You don't have the advantage of just being able to shoot down into objective. You have to push for objective.
Yeah, I mean, they literally sat on that northeast warehouse for like 3 minutes doing nothing.
Yeah.
While the other two were pushing around. I mean, Woods 43 got picked off from the north. I mean, Smoils did find a kill, but it's going to take more than just one kill to obviously win the round for these guys. If 3 of them are sitting around doing nothing, it's just a lot of wasted potential. I mean, yeah, you're not risking your guys so you don't lose anyone, but you're not gaining anything from it either. You're just kind of spinning your tires in the mud, so to speak. So, I think if that was about to run out of time, if Smoils didn't get killed there. So, another long round.
We'll see what sort of strategy boss fight bring to the table on their Marsoc round as we hop into round 2 of map 2. And right now, with boss fights back against the wall, they're in a position where they could push this to a map 3. They have that opportunity, and if they get to that map 3, because of their seeding, they get map choice or side choice. So they have a bit of favor there as well, whereas right now this is beginner's map pick. Granted, we're wondering why, because boss fight are very good on this map. It's curious. We'll see what happens. That was a false start that we had there initially, but round 2 is now really beginning.
I mean, you gotta consider this is boss fight's map to be, but hubris is a thing, and maybe boss players gonna let it get to their head. Beginners could sort it out in map 2, but right now it doesn't look like boss fight's letting it be that easy.
And this is a swell spawn position, in my opinion, on this objective. So boss fight have total advantage here on Marsoc, because they could easily loop around from the south and like hit beginners without them really like prepared for it on that south push with so many members from boss fight up. Usually you expect 1 or 2 guys, but you know, you can sometimes get 3 or 4 down there with that south spawn. So we shall see what boss fight do here.
And this is playing out extremely well for boss right now. Beginners have anticipated a north spawn, and they are very pushed out there. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure they're pushed into positions where they can't see the objective, and positions like those almost become useless. And so boss fight could definitely begin moving up very aggressively under the cover of the blinders that beginners have put up for themselves.
Most getting put out here, but I don't think Killinger has eyes. Now he should see those smokes. He is the one that is most southward watching, and this should give a little bit of information for this beginners team that the push is coming in through the center. No real rotations off of it, though. Smoils isn't looking for an angle. Woods is. He's got this nice angle through the gap in the wall, but it's a common spot, and so he's got to be worried about nades, and he drops the angle right as a cross comes in.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, you know, that was kind of a questionable smoke, especially since no one was even watching that street. I think that smoke may have been more of a detriment than a help, and then immediately that drone gets picked off from beginners. So you know, Scooby loves to pull out the drone, and on a map like Quarantine, I think it's really useful, but it's also really exposed. It's a very large open map, especially when you have 2 players on the roof. You know, it's probably gonna get picked off pretty quickly, but that's still information gained by boss fight. They know that there's somebody up there, probably more for that fact. And you know, boss fight, interesting that they're not opting to push anyone south. They are all in on center, and I don't know if this is either by design or just kind of like accidental. I would not go all in on center push.
They certainly planned to get here. You know, they waited their time on that street, smoked it out when no one was covering it, and get that cross. And now I just wonder what their next stage of this plan is going to be. It looks like Highfish is going to try and walk a smoke across, and so they may be trying to rotate around to the north side. Scooby as well doing it on the back end. Viper overwatching, so maybe Viper's looking for a rotation or a peek.
Oh, the
grenade.
A little skewed, so he will not find Radar Head. He is a very lucky man, but it looks like he's going to try to throw a counter nade of his own. Manages to get through the signpost, but once again, his nade is also a little skewed as well, so nothing will come of that. But oh, Scooby from Scooby is able to find Woods. That res can come out, but man, these airbursts have finally found their target.
Been really good nades all day today, across the board from all of the teams, and boss fight throwing some good ones. Beginners tossing some nice nades this set as well, and it seems to be a key element. How well can you throw those nades? Can you pinpoint them? Because if you can, it's a whole new threat that a lot of teams you can't react to. You can't dodge an airburst grenade.
And that opens up the cross for Radar Head. Now there's no one really on the rooftop. Killinger's able to find Scooby though on that refrag. But it looks like Radar is going to try to find that as well. But that cross for Radar is pretty open, aside from the nade. It's a little long, and it isn't timed just right either, so nothing will come of that. But like I was saying before, that cross can't happen now. No one's on the rooftop watching it. And the smokes, it looks like the cross will come up pretty cleanly. Killinger's just going to hunker down, wait for the worst to come to him.
Pause blows himself up. He had an angle on Viper. I have no idea what happened there.
I think they might be switching C4 clackers, and a little bit of confusion came out, but Highfish is now doing a very dangerous rotation. He'll be caught out by Smoils. Now Icy Woods tried to get the res on, but he won't be able to do that. Killinger finds UC Death, gets the confirm in as well. Boss fight is now just one man, and it is Viper with a sniper rifle.
Yeah, he was so lucky. He should have gotten picked off earlier, but man, the roof doesn't even see Viper. You know, the sand dunes are covering him just enough that Viper can get into position. He might be able to pick off the guy on the AC unit.
He's not looking there though. He thinks the roof's clear.
Oh, he might find. Oh, he just Killinger. How does he not see Killinger?
Wow, he
the
still
FOV.
doesn't see him.
There he goes. He
Oh
got him out,
wow, but
that
Killinger's gonna Yeah, he's going to identify that position. Beginners will go up a point of their own. Make sure that no caps happen on this relatively capable objective.
Yeah, that was a rough approach by Boss Fight. I can't believe they went all in on that center push. They had that advantage to use a south flank, but they threw it out for that push up the middle.
A good solid hold there, but around 4 beginners, not what Boss Fight need if they do want to be able to take a second map and push it to a best of 3. If beginners can slowly claw their way in or through this quarantine map, they will be the champions. They will be going on to face against Globochem, and we'll have a match as old as time. Globochem versus beginners is something that we've seen constantly in the top in our finals through the course of many seasons, and so it would be certainly an engaging and fun storied matchups to have, but Boss Fight have been playing good today. They certainly can contest beginners for that spot. They've proven that they are worthy of their seeding at the very least with a very good 4-3 round on Bazaar. I don't know. I'm not sure how this is going to shake up because right now caps are on the table. I'm not putting that out of my mind here. I do think a Boss Fight can lay down a cap on a beginners and vice versa, and so the potential volatility of this match is very much present, and I'm just wondering if we're going to start to see some fast strats, we're going to see some quick plays, or if it's going to stick to this methodical look for a pick early, push in around 2.5, 2 minutes.
Yeah, the objective. Yeah. Oop, go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. Go out. So yeah, it's interesting to me that Boss Fight, they tried to loop around to the north because in my personal opinion, I think that a lot of teams prepare for that quick spawn in the north. So to see them try and get that going and working for them on north is rough. So I hope that now the opposite is true, and I think I hope to see them push north because this objective really kind of benefits the north pushers the most. You get that roof advantage and the sand dune advantage looking down on objective. So we'll see if they opt again to go for that north push instead.
We are currently on a technical pause right now, waiting for a fifth to rejoin on the Boss Fight side, so we appreciate everyone that is hanging in here and watching these rounds. This is our second game of the semifinals, and it has been a very good set so far, and so much to look forward to tomorrow. We have the bronze matchup. Whoever's going to be going up against Silent Purge is not going to have it easy. I'd love to see how that match shakes out. And then obviously we have the finals. Whoever comes out on top here will be going up against Globo tomorrow around the middle of the afternoon, Pacific Standard Time. But it's kind of an estimate because who knows how long bronze, the third place match, will go.
I think it's cool that the bronze match goes first, as a little warm up for the audience before the big game, so to speak.
Gets everybody hyped up, gets them ready for some action, and it's gonna be good because Silent Purge are gonna be in that bronze matchup, and they nearly beat Globo today. Whoever they're going up against is gonna have a tough battle, and I'm excited to see that little back and forth go on before we get down to the main course, which is going to be very exciting to watch. And that's a best of 5. So, in moments here where these teams have had very close rounds and gotten very close to securing 2 maps but haven't, if Silent Purge are in a best of 5 against Globochem, I think they still have an opportunity, with another few maps to claw back in there. So I'm excited to see that best of 5 format get put into play, and no more stalling. We're into round 3.
Just in time, the scores are tied up. Beginners 1, Boss Fight 1, and this has really been how it's been throughout the entire match. For those of you just tuning in, Boss fight almost took it to beginners on that one, but just the comeback was there. And now it looks like that both teams are kind of firing on equal cylinders here, and neither one's able to just get it decisively just yet, but maybe that will change right now.
Boss fight getting aggressive up on the north, but the push is coming in from the south. Beginners have mirrored spawns from boss fight, and they've thrown out an early smoke on this street, so boss fight should know that this is south spawn, and Radar's in a pretty risky spot for this to be south. He drops back just in time before he gets lit up.
And the objective right now is not directly defended, I should say. And that could be a little risky for boss fight if beginners are able to sneak their way on in. But I think they're just going to rely on getting those picks during those rotations and just try to hold out.
Between the tunnels, you won't have a visual Viper.
I wonder if Scooby knows how many lasers are pointed at him right now. There's 2 or 3 lasers at any given moment, although they have given up. Oh, someone's still looking at that.
They may honestly be looking for me. I'm going to keep my head down so I can't watch very
Being
well.
on the rooftops, kind of like being on a pedestal. You know that you're being spotted, and it really relies on you just holding a good angle, finding a place where you can just hunker down and maybe try to just only be able to peek every once in a while and be effective that way. But there's kind of an art to holding the rooftop position. Smoils is able to find Viper. The first pick goes in beginner's favor. And that's going to make this cross that Woods and Smoils have to do a lot easier, as now it just falls on Radar Head to be able to defend that.
All I gotta say is that Scooby is so lucky no one on beginners has an M203, because he's that grenade almost finds him, but it doesn't find anyone. But yeah, I mean, Scooby could just get picked off. He's right up against that building to his left, and he's, you know, he wouldn't be protected from that M203 blast.
Pretty standard fare here for beginners. They are slowly picking off boss fight one by one, and they are taking their time. 3:30 now on the clock, and these guys do not want to rush. They have the advantage, but they're going to take it easy. They don't feel the need to charge in just yet. They want to make sure that they have 5 people on objective when they push in. They're not happy with getting one guy sneaking through a defense. They want L5 standing there attacking it.
Yeah, this defense is just peeking too much. You know, boss fights should know better that this is exactly what beginners do. They wait for the peaks. They pick you off if you're, you know, exposed for just a moment. I mean, this is the objective that you can pretty much stay tucked on, and you don't really have to expose yourself that much, especially with Scooby drawing fire and then beginners having to spend time on trying to route Scooby out of that position. The rest of them could just stay tucked near objective, but they're allowing themselves to get picked off one at a time, and it's just hurting boss fights so much.
And speaking of being picked off, Woods is able to find Scooby-Doo. Boss fight are only too strong, and I think we're seeing this a lot, especially on that Bazaar round. Beginners are 5 strong. Boss fight have just been disintegrated at this point. They're only 2 strong.
They're certainly having a very hard time dealing with beginners' offensive pushes, and you would think that you would have strategies down to be able to not, you know, deny them these picks. Keep yourself tucked in, wait for the push to come in, and be effective when that comes. But even then, when that happens, beginners have 5 of them on objective. I think the best bet is to stay tucked in and not get overzealous on the outside like Radar did. Makes an easy pickup for Woods, and now UC Death has to panic rotate around objective as the last one alive.
Yeah, I think the stress and the nerves of the semifinals are getting to boss fight in some of these instances, because they're doing things that I don't think people would normally do, and Smoils finds the last death on, or kill on a UC Death, and beginners take another point.
Just an amazing round coming out from the beginners, being able to just eliminate boss fight one by one as the round progressed. They didn't even need to launch a massive offensive onto the objective. They were just able to grind them down to the last member and get a pretty clean point that way.
Looking like a beginner's map 2 right now. Momentum definitely in their favor. Boss fight need to shut this down and keep applying the pressure. They need to secure themselves a Marsoc round like they have in the past. Prove that they can challenge this beginner's team and put them on their back foot, because they've lost their advantage now. This is beginner's map choice. They've taken a Marsoc round. That Volk, you know, defensive advantage that we like to say is out there is just not present anymore. And I wonder if boss fight have it in them. You know, I think that they do. You know, we've seen Viper and Radar. They are very positive players, and I would say in moments like this that it's time for those guys to really bring in the uplifted spirits and keep everyone focused, keep everyone believing that they can win, because that's what really it takes when it comes down to moments like this.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the kill spread here on boss fight, and they are very hurting for kills right now. So hopefully they can pick this up a bit, get some more kills against beginners. And I really just think it boils down to, like you said, NightFiree, like these guys aren't staying tucked, and they're losing that advantage that they started off with now because of that. The whole point of being Volk is that advantage is that you can stay tucked and find those kills without really exposing yourself too much. Pause fighting Scooby right off the bat on that cross. That is definitely not good for boss fight.
Yeah, just those early picks can be so degrading to the mentality of the game. You just think like, really, again, we're gonna be on this downturn.
Yeah, it's demoralizing.
It could spiral really quickly if you don't really have a positive attitude. Luckily, boss fight are just one of those teams that they take things with very lightheartedly. They're there to have fun, and they're not gonna let it spiral easily. But when the stakes are as high as they are right now, you know, the mentality's a little different.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they get that early pick, now they know where you spawn, and you know the defense can adjust accordingly. It just makes it such an uphill battle for Marsoc that you just have to think twice about every maneuver you're gonna make.
And you know, another thing to consider, we were talking about this before, this is boss fight's strong map. They have the numerical advantage here, and they're losing to beginners right now. You gotta wonder, like, what's going on in their heads.
Clearly beginners have done some research. They watched their VODs, they picked up on some approaches that they like to make and have found good ways to shut it down, because boss fight are having a tough time finding those kills. You know, you look at their kill feed and it's very much in the favor of boss fight, as Wookie pointed out earlier in this round. And to lose, I think they've lost the early on in the round every round so far on quarantine.
Yeah, just those crosses have been just so exposed, and they're not using the utility to support it, and beginners are really good at holding lanes, and I'm surprised boss fight haven't really caught on to that concept yet, but that is just how beginners operate. They like to hold lanes, they wait for people to get into these really exposed positions, and they punish them when they make that rotation.
I think we have a mini-map bug. I'm trying to find the fourth. Oh, there he is, way in the south. Viper with his sniper.
You know, Viper's been operating really good on both ends. He is great on that shield, and he is even better on that sniper. He's definitely kind of taking the niche roles very seriously and very well, and he's putting in some serious work for boss fight, kind of keeping them in there, especially when it comes to his attitude as well. He's just such a positive guy that it makes it harder for boss fight to really get like a loss kind of down on them.
Yeah, I've been flying around looking at boss fight's positioning compared to, what beginners are doing right now. Beginners, like we mentioned, they're doing a really good job at staying tucked, not allowing boss fight to get any picks. And not only do beginners have a really strong tucked position, but they also have these two defenders of the north that basically are crisscrossing lines right now, and they just have the best coverage. So it's pretty much, if you're boss fight, your only real option here is to go up the middle and just hope that you win trades and pick off a defender before they pick you off. So I mean, boss fight have their work cut out for them on this objective.
I do agree that the defense is all encompassing, but if they lose these three in the middle, the north is real far away. If there's utility that comes in, smokes on the street to cross, options become available for this boss fight team, and they've got 4 alive, so they're not completely out of the running yet as a nade comes in, not quite as far as I think they were hoping. But they are running out of time, minute 30 on the clock now.
Yeah, the time is just not what you want to be giving points up with. Beginners already made that mistake in the beginning of the very first round, and I think they let it get to them a little too much. They kind of were shaken up in their playstyle. They're able to find it now. That nade fell a little short.
Yeah, but you see the beginners, they're not putting anyone on the roof. They don't need to, and that's, I think, what boss fight did wrong is they had that guy on the roof, and then he got caught out on the rotation back towards objective. Woods finds a headshot on UC Death. Oh man, this is just not looking good for boss fight. They are moving up though in the middle. Time is running out though, and it's going to cause some mistakes to come out. Woods goes down in high fish. Dr. Killinger finds radar head. Man, this is not good.
Boss fight are just one member strong. Beginners 5, and Woods will find that final pick on the Viper. Beginners will get their 3rd point, and now they are only 1 point away from securing themselves a date with Globochem tomorrow.
This is just not the boss fight I'm used to seeing on Quarantine. Usually they're a lot more aggressive. They don't wait till the last minute to push. I mean, just because beginners do that doesn't mean you got to fight fire with fire. I mean, I was kind of expecting to see a little bit more aggression coming out of boss fight on their own. Like on the map that they are very good at, you would think that they'd be most confident with that aggression.
We've seen it before. We can definitely see it again. Beginners just previously were able to force when they were down 3-1, they were able to bring it back and take map 1. Maybe boss fight can reciprocate here and get themselves a map 2 and be able to stay in this. I certainly hope so, because those map 3 deciders are always the best to watch.
I do too. I mean, if boss fight can hold down this objective, this is one of their best objectives. I've seen them pull out ridiculous caps on this exact location. So all they need to do is hold off beginners from this Marsoc push and then come right back and cap, and they could totally take the rug out from under beginners.
Good, you're right. The option is on the table for a boss fight. They just need to put up a good defense, which they haven't really been able to do against beginners. Beginners' offensive pushes have methodically picked apart boss fight's defense and made it incredibly hard for boss fight to effectively defend against a 5-man push on OBJ. So I'm very interested to see exactly what boss fight bring to the table on their defensive round. They're gonna get a little cheer. They know what they need to do. The dramatic comeback is in order. We'll see if they can put it together as we hop into round 5 of map 2.
Definitely liking the positive mentality coming out from boss fight. It is the first step here, especially on an objective as hard to defend as this one. They could use whatever advantage they can get. A bit of pre-fire coming out from boss fight, trying to identify position, and one member is already pushed up. Scooby's launching nades towards the beginners, trying to isolate the push. That nade will land a little wide of Killinger now. he's gonna have to duel it out with guns. And Killinger's just watching that angle, waiting for Scooby to come around. The angle almost presents itself, but it looks like Killinger's gonna opt to go behind the rooftop there.
It's very much the right play, you know. Let Highfish hold your long range. Don't need to peek those angles. You don't need to get over aggressive. And it looks like Boss Fight are adjusting a little bit to this. They are not re-peeking those angles they've taken shots from. They're holding them tight. They're not getting over aggressive. Scooby might get picked up here by Smoils if he's not careful.
Was just able to find Highfish on the rotation. Just beginners have been consistently able to get that first pick, and they just ride off of that momentum. Once they identify a weakness in the defense, they focus there, and they're able to get themselves closer and closer to the objective, and being able to find those picks that we always talk about, that they always like to find on their way there. A couple more shots as Pause is able to find UC Death. That's the first confirmed kill on Boss Fight. Now we're into what is effectively a 3.5 v5. Beginners have just been on fire this map. And Boss Fight haven't known what to do.
They really have been. I mean, Boss Fight have unfortunately struggled to find a comeback or an answer to everything beginners are doing. And as I speak, they lose 2 more members.
A 2.5 v5 is just not the math you want when you're going into what could be the deciding round. But Smoils is able to find Radar Head. Viper's able to get a Woods brother of his own, and Scooby's able to find Pause now. A couple picks is exactly what they need.
Scooby got a C4 kill, or a down, I should say, on the Pause, but now Smoils looking for that refrag. Oh, I see Woods beats him to it, however. Now it all comes down to Viper yet again, the last remaining member of Boss Fight here. All up to him to take out 3 members of beginners. It's not looking good for Boss Fight on map 2 at all.
You know, it's not impossible. Woods is a bit out of place here from the rest of his team. He doesn't have the support quite yet from everyone on his squad. And if Viper can grab Woods, he's into a 1v2. He can hold here. He's on objective. The cap isn't going to be easy. And he sees Woods on the rotation. Viper doesn't catch him out. That's a nice pickup.
Nice pick by Viper.
Definitely.
He picks up his rifle.
LMG.
That is the rifle you want when you are defending the objective on your own. You have no time to reload. He is in a 2v1 with 3 minutes remaining, and that is a lot of time to be defending the objective on your own against a top team like beginners.
I believe in the clutch, Viper. He can, if he could do it, no. I mean, if he can't do it, no one can. Like, the LMG is going to come into play. I just know it.
I think he's identified the position of that east side beginner member. He's going to try to force that pick.
I wonder if the kill count might be slightly off.
Trades can definitely influence that. I do believe there was a trade before, so yeah, Viper might be operating off of misinformation, and that can cost Boss Fight here if they get capped on without Viper really realizing it. He could be thinking that this hotel member Smoils is the last guy, but judging by his position right now, I think he's a little bit more conscious that maybe the kill count isn't what he thinks it is.
You know, I think beginner's strategy coming back to haunt them, though, because Viper knows that beginners won't try to do anything until like the last 30 seconds. And now that grenade's going to come out, Viper's going to be looking for the guy that threw that now. He might actually counter Smoils here. Smoils isn't even looking in the right direction. Oh, I think a Viper saw him.
Oh, he's just missing the angles.
Yeah. Oh, he sees it now, though. He takes out Smoils out. It all comes down to Viper versus... Who is it? Killinger. Oh, man. And Killinger's not going to be ready for this flank. I don't think he will be.
Killinger thinks that the last guy is off of objective, and he's getting really aggressive. I think he just spotted Viper, though. You saw the laser point toward it. We're into a 1v1. Viper's at the tank. Killinger's at the plane. Engine. Viper identifies Killinger. He's able to get the clutch. Boss Fight will stay in.
Wow, incredible clutch by Viper. See, I had faith he could do it, and now that allows Boss Fight to get in there and cap on one of their better objectives. They love to smoke this up and just sneak a cap out from under the defense. And I can't wait to see them try and pull that off against beginners.
That would be in line with what we've been seeing in these semis so far. These teams are showing such a high level of skill. Viper, that's his second clutch of the day. If you remember, he also clutched the Bazaar map with his sniper. Found 3 picks to get his team that win. And so Viper has done a great job in these pressure scenarios. With that momentum, he can carry in that energy to his team. His team can ride that energy, and you're right. I think you got to look for a cap here. It's such a risk to try and go in there if you play it fast, to try and go for a cap, but it might be what you need to throw off beginners. Right now, beginners are going to expect a slow, methodical approach because they are in the lead. They have the advantage of playing it how they want to play it, and so if Boss Fight play into that hand, I think this could be another beginner's defense. But if they shift up what they've been doing today and give us something new, you're right, Wookie. This is cap opportunity number 1 right here. If you have any secret plans that you've played over the course of scrimmages and kept them tucked in for this moment, it's time to break it out.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I am feeling the intensity, and you gotta wonder, how do these teams feel as well? Is the stress there? Does it influence the gameplay? Does it influence how these teams perform? And we're about to find out here very soon enough. Boss Fight are 1 point away from being eliminated for that first place contention. Beginners can ride a little easier, but not too easy. Boss Fight can definitely turn this around if they get this cap in.
This early stare position a favor to both teams as Woods takes it up, doesn't identify that quick north spawn, and they won't know where Boss Fight is quite yet.
Yeah, this could really play in the beginners. Having those stairs can just, it gives you such a good vantage of those crosses like Radar just experienced. He is a lucky man being able to dodge all that, but now Pause is in a great position to be able to identify that, but Woods will find it instead. The callouts will come out. Woods will confirm that.
Such a good angle by Woods to see that there. I mean, if I was Radar head, I would have been a little bit more cautious moving up that aggressively, but you know, sometimes it pays off, so I can understand the risk.
It's got to be disheartening for Boss Fight. They have never been able to get that first pick. It's always been beginners.
Yeah.
Consistently, and it's got to be annoying at this point, you know, having to roll into every match effectively into a 4v5. I'm amazed Boss Fight have been doing as well as they have, but they really got to stop getting picked off in the first couple seconds.
I'm amazed Scooby took that flight path. I mean, why would you go fly over the part where you just lost a teammate? He could have gained so much more information. He just, I think it's just the heat of the moment, the stress of the semis getting to him. He could have. Oh, grenade comes.
Oh, it's a little long.
A little long. Almost found Scooby though. I mean, he's in trouble. If they could dial him in with a grenade throw like that, he's got to rotate and get out of there. Oh, Smoils picks off Viper. That's really not good for Boss Fight.
Yeah, Viper has been pulling the team to where they are now. And now it is up to the rest of the crew to be able to keep it in there. Pause is about to peek this angle. Scooby-Doo's trying to force it. He is not able to get that pick.
Ooh.
Pause will keep beginners in this to try to take it down on map 2. Now it's all up to UC Death and Hivefish. The nade falls a little short. He has the right angle on it, though. I don't think he knows exactly how far away that defender is.
Hivefish will have an angle on the Pause here. Pause is doing a little head peek just over the barrels, though, so it's going to be hard to identify him. Misses the shots, and it ends in a trade, and now UC Death alone in the world. He can rotate around for a res. That's a long and risky rotation, but he can do it and turn it into a 2v4.
It looks like that one member of beginners has identified the rotation, and so this will be information for Woods to work off of.
Oh no.
Oh, and there's another. It looks like, yeah, Smoils is watching that cross from between the roof to where Highfish is. I have a feeling that's going to
Haven't seen
rely
that
on
exactly.
Smoils to be able to shut this down and get beginners that date with Globo. Oh, the nade almost confirms, but this has just been the theme of this match. The previous one's been the on-point nades, but now it's been the off-point nades. Woods will find Highfish. It is all up to UC Death to do something with this objective.
They're not getting the cap they needed, that's for sure. And I think that the aggression was what they were trying to get that cap. They were trying to thread the needle. They were trying to get up in between the defensive cracks in beginner's defense, and they couldn't do it. It was shut down. There's no cracks in that wall. And now Boss Fight are in a tough spot. We've seen comebacks today coming out of this team, but it's not going to happen for UC Death. Beginners are going to secure map 2, 4-2, and move on to the semis, and we got ourselves a historic semifinals matchup.
My goodness.
Ever get bored of that matchup? It has been such a good rivalry ever since what, season 2, I think, and it has just been consistent. And I am really excited to watch what's going to happen tomorrow.
We're going to take a brief break here. We'll be back with the post-game show where we'll all talk about the matchups today and what you can expect tomorrow. Do tune in for that in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. The post show for Season 9 semis will be coming up in a few moments. Welcome, everybody, to the VR Master League Season 9 post show. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I'm joined by the host of excellent and amazing casters on the desk. As you can see here, I'm joined by everybody that we've had throughout the course of today. And I just want to get everyone's final thoughts on the day. A fantastic set of matches. Boss Fight nearly climbing back against beginners several times there. You know, Control, you were in that analyst desk for both games. How did you think Game 2 shaped up, Boss Fight versus beginners?
Well, I think that it was more the traditional EU style playing. So it wasn't like, it was like beginners doing that thing where if they fall behind, they just bring it right back up. So that was really good to see. But man, Boss Fight did great. I thought Viper MVP with his sniping, like on Bazaar, like we were like, is he gonna get it? Oh, he's gonna get it. And so of course just watching him, and then Boss Fight's like energy and their shout outs, and that's always like good to see because they did well. But of course we know how beginners are. They are a good team. I mean, as always.
They played very well. Todd, you were on the desk with me today. You know, what did you think out of beginners and Boss Fight?
Oh man, Boss Fight. They had our hearts for a second to make it on in there, but lo and behold, beginners just do what they do best. They get their strategy down pat, and they figure out what game plan just works. And they just had that match on lockdown. Some amazing clutches coming out from Viper and the Boss Fight team, but sadly, it just wasn't enough. And we're going to go into another GloboChem versus beginners.
Yeah, and you know, we've all given our input. We'll have a pre-show tomorrow with the bronze and finals match, so we'll get to talk obviously a lot more about how these teams played. But for now, just in these last few minutes of this post-show, I want to get your guys' opinions on who we think is going to win the third place match and the finals. So I'll start off with you, Noman. Who do you think is going to be our third place champion, and who's going to win in the finals?
Yeah, we'll go into it deep tomorrow, but I'm just going to quick rattle off. I think Silent Purge is going to take third spot, and I gotta side with my NA brethren, GloboChem, over beginners.
Okay, I like it. I'm in favor of those choices. Control, what are your picks for tomorrow's matchups?
Oh, well, I'm gonna hang on tight with Boss Fight, my buddies over there, and then of course Globo.
Okay, showing the love. Wookie, who are you going with for our finals tomorrow?
I'd really like to see Boss Fight reflect on what happened today, and I think that they can pull it together for tomorrow and win against Silent Purge. But I gotta hand it to Silent Purge. They've been playing incredibly well, and they almost beat Globo, so you can't discount that.
Almost beat them twice. And then who do you think is going to come out on top between Globo and beginners?
Probably Globo.
Okay.
I feel like beginners ran the clock down a lot, beginners ran the clock down so much that Globo will capitalize on that for sure.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the fast-paced play is what's going to be the key to defeating both teams, really. I think beginners need to bring in some different pacing as well to go up against Globo. Trip, who do you think is going to take tomorrow?
Oh, I think I'm going to have to go with what Noman said. I'm liking Silent Purge and Globo.
Okay, seems to be the common pick here. And then Todd, last but not least, who are you going with?
I've been really impressed with how Boss Fight took that match to beginners, but I'm going to have to still go with the Silent Purge and Globo. I've been really impressed with how Silent Purge has brought it this season, and GloboChem are just such a strong team. I really can't discount them out, so USA.
Yeah, certainly.
Sleepy brought his in. He had to leave, but he got Globo and Boss Fight is what Sleepy's voting for.
Okay, so there's a bit of a split there on the third place match. I'm excited to see that one. That will be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1600 UTC. The pre-show will be live half an hour earlier. Is that the right time? It might be different. Trip's giving me a questionable
look.
Know. Trip doesn't know anything. I was right. Don't believe the man beneath me. He is
You've
wrong.
Been wrong all week.
He is wrong beneath me. Okay. 9:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time pre-show, 15:30 UTC. If you want to catch our opinions on today's matchups, what we're going to see tomorrow, it's going to be an exciting time for sure. Today was unbelievable. I cannot wait for the semis, for round 3 and the finals tomorrow. It is going to be fantastic. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. A shout out to everyone on the desk. Control, Flirt, Delete, this way. Noman, this way. Todd, Trip, and Wookie, as well as Sleepy, who had to depart for the post show. We do appreciate everyone that has tuned in as well. A quick shout out to our sponsors. You can see their logos beneath us here: Rebuff Reality, Pro2 VR, Bix Gaming, VR Cover, and Arma with our jersey purchasing. All of them are going to be offering prizes to our champions. So there's about $1,000 in prizes on the line for these teams tomorrow. So a decent chunk of change. I'm excited to see, and I know that's going to be influencing just how hard they compete in that best of 5. That'll be it for us here in the semifinals. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you all tomorrow for the VRML Season 9 finals.